Okay, can't believe I'm doing this. Gotta start from somewhere, alright? Figure out. Either Edin from Bosnia. Wow, welcome. Thin White Duke also. Hello. Zukas with the Ochen Pog. You are first, sir. The Orcor. So, I've got good old-fashioned notepad in front of me. I'm actually going to physically write things down for my own reference. Arcor, the resub. I love you, especially when you're so passionate. Thank you. Man, we gotta do this because it's been years and years of, you know, people coming in here and asking what's wrong with the game, blah blah blah, and there's no way you can conceivably express it in one sentence or one sitting or even one entire stream. So today I'll be going through whatever save I have. I don't even know what the save has. And just go through what we do know so far and just write it down. I'm hoping that it's a save with mission 46 on it. Like, it's kind of... I know that it's funny using the word complete for this, but... You know... all the things that I always show, that I always talk about, I'm gonna write down, make a little bit of video commentary and comparison. More importantly, that's another thing that we don't really get to do live on stream, is a comparison with the rest of the series or even other games and get it right. And it's just, you know, we're gonna put that footage side to side and just show eventually. I will be getting footage from all the games, from all the series, and all the relevant stuff. So the goal is one day be able to link something to people and be like, watch this video, and then talk to me about MGS5. After you watch it all, then we can talk. There's like I said, there's no way to convey in one sentence or one stream or live and whatever. Lightning Strike Mar with 43 and Ragnarok with a 30. Thank you guys. So actually, the problems that we do know of, and I'm sure we'll find more because every time we play this game we find more. Right now my PS4 is like a Nier machine. I got all the Nier games, but this thing, this pile of nonsense here will stay indefinitely. Our nieces with the 83 months. Man, you changed your name again. Thank you for the 83 months. Sylvan Crest, also 30 months. Thank you. So, the problems technically, if you want to start a game, start before you even start a game. Because as you know, you can't start a new game in MGS5. So, the very first thing I'm going to write down is no new game. Have to delete save. That's the first thing, because the problems with the game start before you even launch it. The problem is that you gotta go into your PS4 or whatever menu and go to save data and then delete. See, if I wanted to start a new game, I would have to delete the save because there's no new game. However, we're not going to do that today because I want to see what I do have on this save so that we can easily go through all the missions. But of course, there will be new game playthroughs as well because there's things that only happen when you start a new game, of course. So this is the reason why for story marathons we delete the save and start anew, because basically very little actually happens in the missions. Things happen in between missions, and only the first time you do that. You can't just go to the mission list and start the first mission again. So I guess I'll put down things happen between missions. Whoa, oh, that with the 81. Getting a little bit of analog sound static. Should go away when we start a game. So, we can't start a new game, because save slots are hard, and New Game Plus is impossible, of course. Motor JP with the 23 months. Colonel Cathcart, thanks for gifting the sub to Loney Live. But let's see what I do have in this save. Funny how in this entire picture there's no snake, there's no big boss, but okay. Oh, so now we're starting the game. And Definitive Edition means that we run into another problem as soon as we start a game. What could that problem be? I haven't even done anything. I'm just trying to start a game. Well, here it is. I guess we'll write it down as endless DLC prompts. So when you start a new game on the Definitive Edition, or if you're mad enough to have purchased all the DLC on a regular edition, this is what we were greeted with. Well, apart from the online bullshit. Did that say they're closing the... whatever. So endless DLC prompts into... what's it called? Ground Zero's prompt, I guess. Oh wait, but that only happens when you have a new game. I guess it doesn't happen now that I have save. But I guess those things are connected because you have to delete the save. Hold on. What if... fuck, I didn't think of this. I could have put my save on a USB drive or something just to see that happen, but whatever. We don't necessarily need to show things today. We have to just go through what I do have in this save. 32% completion means that it probably actually is a finished story save. Probably without quiet's bullshit. That's what we did last time, I think. We might have to delete the save. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I think this is the ending. Yep. Okay, that was the very last scene of the last mission, if you can call it that. Nice. Okay, so we're... yeah, episode 46. We're right where I need to be. Snake with 46. Thank you. Green Lizard with 63 also. Thank you. I beat the game already. Yeah. Oh man, we'll get to this one day.
What was it all for?
I know.
If the boss has some...
What was it all for? And this is the last time I did a story run and I couldn't be bothered to do the truth tapes. Whoa, okay. But from here, we can take a look at the mission list with more or less the missions. Because we could easily go through what's wrong with each mission just by looking at... Oh shit, going online is a bad idea. At the mission list. So starting from here, I'm gonna go through what I know each of these missions has in terms of nonsense. Now, it could be story nonsense, it could be inaccuracies, it could be inconsistencies, it could be things out of order. But mostly, since, you know, people are like, oh, this game is bad story, and I think we all know that. But the gameplay is so good and so polished, man. And it's funny because most of the problems are indeed in gameplay. That you actually experience while you're playing, not watching a scene and listening to a tape, although there's plenty of tape problems as well. Dude, Mad Dog, thank you for the $5. This goes towards your therapy after having to deal with Twitter users yesterday. Yeah, we don't talk about that, you know? Honestly, I was kind of asking for it. You post too much of anything on Twitter, and the wolves are gonna come. So, yeah, I'll just use it for announcements for a while. But thank you, and thank you for the resub. So, it's hard to even get into the right frame of mind to start making, I guess, different categories, different classes of problems with things, but it also depends on how picky we want to be with things, and more importantly, if this is going to be a rule that I apply. If I'm going to be picky about something, if I'm going to pick on it, if I'm going to point it out, then it's probably a good idea to have something better to compare it to, so that people can easily see how it was done better, more accurately, more realistically, or whatever in the other games. Because that's at least 50% of the reason that this game is a disappointment is because it does not live up to the standards of details, attention to details, polishness, accuracy, and overall. But really, just saying attention to detail includes a lot of things from the other games. How this game is a disappointment when you come from having played and knowing the rest of the series. So, example, in the Awakening mission, we get Kiefer to tell us the digoxin is a good kick or whatever, right? Nothing like a good little digoxin to get you back into the game. And we know, okay, let me write this. How should I? 0. Awakening. Digoxin is not a drug that kicks you awake. It's a drug that regulates your heartbeat or heart rhythm or something, right? And you might say, oh, you're picky, who cares about that? It's fiction, it's whatever. But when you compare it to, say, okay, so this is what I'm going to write down. Compare to, and we have a recent case of this, the MGS1 briefing where Naomi talks about the drugs that they put in the shot for Snake at the very beginning of MGS1. So I'm gonna say compared to MGS1 briefing, and Naomi describes the drugs like all the nootropics or Benzedrine, even the diazepam, if you want to go that far. Those are accurate. So let's see. And another more recent, actually, example of that was, and I feel like I'm gonna bring this game up quite a bit because I had quite a good time with it. Metal Gear Solid Mobile that we played last. The VOD is still there. It's amazing. Cute little, very ambitious game. While being a phone game, it was back from when they were trying to put an actual like console-like game onto a phone, not making a game specifically with a phone interface or a phone, whatever phone mobile game design that we have these days. So in that game, they wipe out Snake's memory and there's a call that describes the drug that does it. And somebody, while we were doing the game, Googled it, and somebody was like, "Oh yeah, I googled the drug, and it's real. It's actually used for that." So we're not just gonna compare it to MGS1. We're gonna compare it to MGS Mobile. And as we play the other games, like perhaps the marathon that's coming up is a good thing for that. There might be more instances of that we can add. But yeah, we'll compare it to the MGS1 briefing, drugs description, and the MGS Mobile drug to wipe Snake's memory, which I forget what it's called right now, but it was like a alpha numerical thing, like O1 D2 whatever. I don't remember, unfortunately. We'll have to go back, but there is a call that describes it, and it's accurate. So more drug details in MGS Mobile than MGS5, and that's just in the first mission. So another thing that's in the prologue, gameplay wise, is the, god damn it, what are they called? Skullface's troops, the XOF troopers. They have the arm protection thing. So every uniform in this game has a guard, like a metal plate on the left arm, just in case you decide to play as someone other than Big Medic, who has his prosthetic, right? So if you play as any other soldier and you go against the skulls, you know that CQC counter move where Big Medic blocks their attack with his metal arm because it's metal, every other soldier can do that because they have a metal plate on their arm, including the XOF soldiers and their uniform. So, okay, before I go on too much about this, let me write it down. XOF uniform, metal plate, arm. So that tells me that the XOF uniform, or maybe XOF soldiers, were supposed to be recruitable and usable in their uniform, with their uniform. That, or is just a recaller of the XOF, the Diamond Dogs uniform. So either playable or recaller. Let's see. Playable or recaller. Oh, okay. Another amazing thing that we have. Fuck, you know what really sucks about this though? I'm using a gel pen, and I'm fucking left-handed. So whenever I write things down, it leaves a trail of ink on my hand. That's a problem that I've had forever. Going through school, going through life. The gel pens write nicely, but holy shit, they're a pain because of that. So let me see if I can get another pen. Oh, fuck, man. I found another pen, but it's a gel pen, too. Fuck. I don't have a normal pen. I do, but it's like somewhere. Whatever, man. Well, we'll deal with it. We'll smudge the ink like Grandin does when he's angry in his letters to Huey. I have a Pilot G2 right now. So, yeah, that's a gel pen. The lefty pain. Okay, I'm just going mentally. This is not going to be the most exciting stream unless you want to just hear me talk about all of this. I'm organizing my thoughts here. Just staring at the mission screen or list, highlighting the mission we're talking about right now. We have several things still in the prologue. We have the amazing floating gun when you first get injured and get the prompt to heal yourself after the man on fire destroys shit. If we look at Ishmael's gun, it's floating for a good while there. So how am I gonna write this down? I'm gonna write this down as floating gun after man on fire. Healing prompt. So when you first get the prompt to you know, your leg's broken, so break it back the other way. You just look at Ishmael's gun behind you and it's fucking floating into his hand from the side. The first time that you do it. I think if you reload it, it doesn't do that. Another thing is the perfect time paradox, which would be perfect if it worked consistently. So if you kill Ishmael, there's a time paradox. If you kill Big Medic, there's no time paradox. So we can call this a time paradox paradox. It's interesting they took the time to put that detail that if you kill Ishmael, you know, it's supposed to be Big Boss, right? You kill him, you get a game over screen, and obviously it says time paradox because Big Boss is dead. That's important. But then you kill yourself as Big Medic anywhere. You can throw yourself in the flames there. And it doesn't say time paradox. It says mission failed. So this opens a big problem that's throughout the game. The lack of attention to detail and consistency with those things. But more importantly, the real problem is that with those things, we never know if they are intended because they're fucking with you, or it's an oversight because this game isn't finished or polished or whatever. But they didn't have the time to put that detail in. So we'll literally call this the time paradox. Let's maybe add some notes. Mission failed. Big Medic. Well, no, it does not make sense because a large portion of this game's story even only exists to tell you that Big Medic was at the head of Metal Gear 1's Outer Heaven base. So it doesn't make any fucking sense because the game already establishes that Big Medic survives this to be in Metal Gear 1. But when Big Medic dies, it should be a time paradox. But it's not. Now, is it because they're fucking with you or because they didn't have time to do it properly? We shall never know. And this is a theme that is recurring throughout the game. Every time there's something wrong, except for very obvious things that they're just very obviously fuck-ups. There's a good chance, like the Ocelot time traveling thing that we'll get to. Oh, I guess it's part of this as well, because the beginning is the end, my friends. So we have to compare the prologue mission 0 with mission 46 to get one of the 3 times that Ocelot time travels in this game. So that's another thing to write down about this. But first, the time paradox, okay. Minor thing, but clipping through bars, you know, just some locked sort of bar cell door looking thing in the hospital, and if you stand just at the right time, Kiefer will push you clipping through that. So that's minor. Well, we're gonna point that out. The other thing is the double, I guess it's a body double, man. So we very obviously see a model of Ishmael getting shot. That's probably made to fuck with. That's probably intentional, but again, we don't know. So we see Ishmael get shot, but then we also see him reappear right away in a doorway. And when that happens, just to make sure that the player notices, they zoom in on his ass crack. As you know, Ishmael's ass crack is out, and they zoom in on it. So we'll call this the Ishmael ass crack paradox. And to be fair, I'm gonna put in parentheses that it's probably intentional. Other thing, well, you know, I really have to calibrate the level of pickiness I want to pick here, because there's things such as a fucking APC can be pushed back by the man on fire, but the ambulance gets him completely, but whatever. You just call this APC versus ambulance. Whatever. And then the final thing about the prologue, which is actually perhaps one of the most important, is the timestamps at the end. So, timestamps for Time Traveling Ocelot 1. Time Traveling Ocelot. I'm gonna abbreviate that as TTO because it's gonna be a recurring theme. Timestamps, Time Traveling Ocelot, which, to sum it up, basically, Ocelot leaves with Big Medic on the whaling ship at around 4 a.m. with the timestamps. But by 6 a.m., somehow, he's back to give the real big boss his bike and his documents. And that doesn't work for so many reasons, because number one, we are told that Ocelot has hypnotized himself to erase his memory of Big Medic being a fake. So he can't just go back between Big Medic and Big Boss like it's nothing. Even if he could somehow make his way back from the whaling ship after leaving, after 2 hours, he comes back and he gives Big Boss his documents. That doesn't make sense. And then he goes back again to the whaling ship. No, of course not. So not only the time is impossible, it doesn't work. Ocelot isn't supposed to know that there's Big Boss, a real Big Boss around when Big Medic is around. So that doesn't work at all. So timestamps for Time Traveling Ocelot number 1, because there's at least three instances of Ocelot being a time traveler in this game, this being one of them. Yeah, maybe there's 2 Ocelots, who knows. So let's just write down timestamps, time travel Ocelot 1, 4 a.m. back into 6 a.m. And another little detail to add to that is that if you compare the scenes, we know that those events actually the events with Big Medic happened because when Big Medic and Ocelot are being chased around by the Man on Fire, there's a lightning strike on the little stone bridge that happens then. And when you go back to the scene with Ocelot and the real big boss, that bridge, that same stone bridge, is destroyed. So those events happened there. So we'll put in parentheses stone bridge. Yeah, that's the thing I was talking about. They give you this there are no facts, only interpretation things, which covers their asses for so many things, including all the bullshit that's probably not intentional, like Miller telling you to destroy your own entire emplacements. I think that might be my favorite, most simple to easy to understand. One of the first things that I noticed, one of the first things that really fucking shocked me, and paved the way for me to understand what this game really feels like. And it's very easy to understand that it's a huge fucking not misconception, but misuse, fuck, I can't think of the word. I should be thinking of these words. It's a huge red flag, or whatever you want to call it, that they just simply reuse the Miller lines from Ground Zeroes. I mean, yes, it's a huge fucking mess, but like I said, this kind of like initiated me. It's one of the first few things that I noticed that really set the mood for the rest of this game. So, to set the bar pretty low. Oversight is the word I was looking for. See, I always get the word I was looking for too late. And that's okay, because we're writing things down. So that is one of the biggest, yet simple and easy to understand oversights in this game. That Miller tells you in his happy 9 years ago voice to destroy your own entire emplacements, because they just fucking reuse the Ground Zeroes line. But we'll get to that. This Mother Base is its own beast to cover. Well, we can include that in the time paradox, Kafka, that when Ishmael dies, he dies from a pinky shot. I guess we can add that pinky shot. Okay. Oh, fuck. That's just the first thing, man. That's the fucking prologue. And this is, as much as this game is a fucking mess. Yeah, I wrote down the force powers. The first mission is, and the intro is obviously something that they put thought and work in, right? Because they had to put something in the game, like, and this goes to a higher, plane of problems here, because the only time of things ever actually happen around the player is when you're put on rails and you can't move, and things are moving around you that are actually relevant. That's a different problem that we'll probably label something like the different planes of existence of MGS5. Because, there's the gameplay plane of existence, there's the tapes plane of existence, there's the cutscenes plane of existence, there's another plane of existence of the truth tapes, which makes even less sense. It's a plane of existence of its own, because that's where actual things are happening that are nowhere close or related to what you're doing. So, who knows how we even get those tapes, but basically there's the cutscenes. There's the biggest plane of existence is the stale limbo of gameplay that you're stuck in, where nothing happens, and it's just a constant back and forth between Mother Base, where nothing happens, and gameplay where nothing happens, and all those missions that you can repeat that have basically nothing in them except for gameplay. The actual story is in, you know, the tapes, and the actual higher story is in the truth tapes. But more importantly, there's scenes that only happen, cutscenes that only happen, or events that only happen in between missions, and only once per playthrough. That's actually part of the reason we can't do a New Game Plus. So I'll have to make different categories of all this. Right now it's just rough notes, but there's story nonsense and gameplay nonsense, and as we go through this, stick around, fellow MGS5 lover. This is for you, and I'm doing this for you. As we go through all of these, I will point out the actual nonsense in the gameplay. Now, for the prologue, there's a few things. Actually, if I'm looking here, I'm probably highlight these different colors depending on the categories. There's the clipping through the bars. There's the uniform metal plate thing, the floating gun. Those are gameplay things. Oh shit! There's the I almost forgot. SMG turning into pistol, disappearing. There's the infamous disappearing SMG that turns into a pistol somehow. We don't really get to see. I don't know why the fuck they didn't just give that guy a pistol to begin with. Well, that's another thing, you know, is doing game. But for the most part, like I said, they had to put some work somewhere, so they better have put it at the beginning. In fact, it's probably no coincidence that the beginning is the ending as well. So for the most part, you're on rails, and the gameplay is dictated by what you're dealing with, and your controls are mostly locked. So there isn't too many gameplay glitches or nonsense that can occur in the prologue, simply because you're locked from playing. But holy shit, man, as we go out in the field, you'll see, we start interacting with things. Again, if you're MGS5 lover or apologist, every single mission has something wrong with it, nearly so. I think that might be all. I might have to rewrite all of these as we expand on it. Let's say we can maybe, after 40 minutes, move on from the prologue. Because there isn't a whole lot of gameplay nonsense. There's a little bit, but not too much, because your controls are mostly locked. 749 OMG, thanks for the sub. Oh, I missed a few more. EMT Beyond with the 50 months, Ben Dixon with the 35, Old Scratch with the 62, I'm Not Your Buddy Guy with the 49, Rabizan Ratana with the 2 months, Phantom Cigar with the 20 months, Sobi1, holy crap, I missed a lot of you guys with the 8 months, Irish Pepper with the new sub, Sleepless the 70 months, Asgard 101 with 13 months, DV Play with the 17 months, Sleep Queens with the 9 months, Sensei with the 52 months, and Pros 360 with the 11 months just now. Sorry guys, I'm gonna be very, very distracted because obviously this isn't a stream like the others. I'm just it's a good thing that we're recording it too, you know, because we can always go back to reference, but we're gonna sit here and instead of playing, because that actually takes a long time, I'm gonna write down what I already know is wrong with each mission. And then as we play, we always notice new things, and then there will be an actual playing sessions to actually record all of these things that I'm talking about, because I'm only talking about things that I already know happen, that I've already seen, know how to trigger, and are mostly consistent or very likely to happen. Now there's more than 46 missions, Linda, because there's rehashed bullshit that we haven't done in this save, but yeah, we'll get to that. So there will be gameplay to record and to show all of these things that I'm talking about. But for now, for the sake of moving fast and going through everything, I'm just gonna sit here for a while. And keep in mind, this is just a mission list. It doesn't include the tapes. It doesn't include the things on Mother Base that happen in between missions. So there's quite a few things. Or the fucking side ops. My god, should we even talk about side ops and important side ops? That's a whole different can of worms, man. But for now, let's stick to this. There's so much shit. Let's move on to the first mission, where you rescue Miller. Alright. So, let's write down 1. Phantom limbs. And it should be noted that here is where we get the pre-render montage intro of Ocelot giving Big Medic the mysterious arm that's a different color and missing a pinky. And nobody seems to care about that. So the first thing I'm gonna point out is, let's just call it a mystery arm. Mystery arm, no pinky. And that's important because in the pre-render introduction scene with Ocelot giving Big Medic the arm, we clearly see, some people say it's the lighting. I don't really agree with that. It's discolored. Some people say it's the lighting, it's the same arm, whatever. But even if you do give them that, I fail to see how the light would make a fucking pinky finger be missing. If you're telling me that somehow the light means that there's no pinky finger on that arm, I'll be impressed. I want to know what kind of light you're dealing with. We very clearly see that in that scene there is no pinky. And you might think, oh, but they repaired, they added later, it's assumed, right? Whatever. But the thing is, they specifically tell you that the only guy who can maintain and repair the arm is the guy that you don't rescue for another. Oh, and we have it right here. 1, 2, 3, 4 missions. So the guy in mission 5, extract the engineer, blah blah blah, this is the guy who can repair the arm. So pray tell me how here in mission 1 we have an arm that's missing a pinky and then magically it's repaired in the next scene. Tell you how, because that's a pre-render cutscene where they probably originally had a different thing in mind with the guy here, who probably had a bigger role or a different role at a different time, and that scene is still there. But I don't fucking know how they didn't redo that scene because it's repaired. The game shifts from pre-render cutscene with no pinky to in-game engine with the pinky magically. So we'll write down mystery arm, no pinky, and no engineer, no repairs. No repair, engineer. The guy doesn't come from another 4 missions or 5 missions, whatever. So that's just the intro to that scene. Then we're introduced to bullshit. You know, this is where there's a little tutorial about putting markers on, opening your map. But the first thing that we notice is, well, the lack of really world building details and environmental details. Are there any, I know this is a long shot, but you know what, I'm gonna talk an insane amount today. I need some water, give me a second. Okay. So, do we have any maybe hobby or successful established, I don't care, of writers? Or maybe even some fucking, I don't know, D&D dungeon masters in the chat? What are the, I forget the amount because this is not my field, but What are the core elements of world building? The 4 key elements: geography, landscape, and all of that. Culture and society, history, and then somewhere out there, probably included under geography, is the flora and fauna and everything. Wait, it says here there's 5. I should have looked these articles up before, but you know what? I don't mind doing this live. Okay. So 5 elements to consider when world building: geography, boundaries, water, natural features, and climate. Well, that kind of works, but whatever. So here we are introduced to the fact that, well, long story short, there's 2 horses in the whole game. But really just 1. So that in 80s Afghanistan there's no wild horses and no local horses is ridiculous. And you know what we're going to compare this to? We're going to compare this to Rambo. Was it 2 or 3 where he goes to Afghanistan? Fuck, I don't remember. Was it 3? I always forget. Okay, 3. So, 2 horses. Write down 2 horses. But really, 1. Because, and in parentheses, I'll put recaller. Because during that introduction, we have Ocelot's brown horse, which, if you look, is just copy and paste the D horse, recolored brown, down to each strand of each hair in its mane and tail. It's just D horse. And so Ocelot Fultons himself after the tutorial, and the horse is sent straight to the glue factory, I guess, because it's never to be heard from or seen again. Okay, well, I'm gonna write down glue factory. And so we are left with 1 horse in the entire landscape of 80s Afghanistan in the entire game. And as part of making this, okay, I'll put this under the credibility of the world building. That is absolutely ridiculous. And we're going to compare this to Rambo 3. Because it's a widely known fact that the Afghani, whatever you want to call them, different tribes and different dialects, there's a whole lot of wild horse in Afghanistan, so much that they ride them, they use them for sports, they use them for obviously moving around, and I think there's even a tape. Isn't there a fucking tape where Ocelot talks about how they use like the mountain ridges to take cover from the helicopters or something like that? So, long story short, there should be a fuckload of wild horses and maybe even domesticated horses that people use in Afghanistan. Again, that scene from Rambo where he kind of integrates with them and starts playing that game where they throw like a dead goat around while riding horses. I vaguely remember that scene. But this is ridiculous on so many levels because it's not part of the world building at all. I mean, it's just stupidly lacking world building and credibility. And it also makes it ridiculous because I'm gonna write this down: a new breed of stealth. So I'm literally just gonna write down a new breed of stealth, because somehow the enemies are fooled by a random horse passing by with, you know, a saddle and a boot sticking out of its back. They don't see you, but who can blame them? They've never seen a horse before, right? We have Diamond Dogs is this advanced technology of the only horse in the world. So forget battle gear, forget Silanthropus, forget D-Walkers. We have the amazingly exclusive technology of the only horse in the entirety of the world. So I'm gonna write down, and you bring yourself an only horse. There is not a single other horse after Ocelot's recolor of the horse gets sent to the glue factory. There's donkeys, there's zebras in Africa. The best we can do is make a D-mule. If you have D-horse, sort of make friends with a donkey. Maybe we can make a D-mule. Astronaut, yes, there's one horse in 3 and Peace Walker as well, but guess what? Both of those games, thank you for bringing that up. I'm going to compare, of course, compare to 3 and Peace Walker. Both of those games acknowledge that how the horse got there, why it's the only horse there, and there's no wild horses in jungle of Russia, because, you know, there's also no jungle, but whatever. Thank you for bringing that up, because I almost forgot. Compare to 3 and Peace Walker. And of course, those are not fucking open world games where you actually MGS3 kinda is, but again, there's an explanation where you do go around, not as in the kind of open world, but you kind of go around seeing animals and seeing other animals. Dude, the amount of like wildlife and wildlife details in MGS3 compared to 5 is ridiculous, and this is an open world game. This is an open world game in 80s Afghanistan. There should be fucking wild horses around. In MGS3, as soon as you hear the call, as soon as you hear the horse, you can call 0 and be like, "You just heard a horse? Paramedic, are there any wild horses in Selenoyarsk?" And she says, "Do you really expect me to say yes?" No, they make it clear that horse was specifically brought there, because it's not, I'm going to use a difficult word here. I'm going to confirm that it means what I think it means before I do that. Endemic to the environment. So, see, I wish more people would do that. Confirm that a word means what you think it means before you use it. Horses are endemic to Afghanistan in the 80s. They're not endemic to fucking Selenoyarsk, and they acknowledge that. There is a fucking call about it. Likewise, in Peace Walker, there's a tape with Strangelove describing exactly how the horse got there. Even though it's a little crazy and far-fetched, they do describe that the horse makes its way through the Ural Mountains and all that shit, and it gets there. So we're gonna write that down. Endemic. Not pandemic, but there's enough pandemic in this world and this game. So this actually brings up the topic of animals and wildlife, which is, again, ridiculous as we compare to MGS3, but also if you compare even within this game, the animal reactions and interactions between the horse and the other animals, or the enemy guards and the other animals, are absolutely laughable. But we'll get to that. Once we get to the mission where I point that out, we'll get to that. Alright, this is, again, it's just the beginning of Phantom Limbs. This is the little tutorial that we go through. Oh shit. Yeah, D-Dog, once we get to D-Dog, you should know that there actually was a wild dog. There were other dogs. There was a D-Dog origin story that is in the trailers that was completely cut out of the game. There is a model of a wild dog There's wild dogs, like there's like jackals, dingoes, maybe whatever. But there's a model of a dead wolf dog, or just wolf, that is used in the trailers and never seen in the game. So that's amazing. We'll get to that. Let's not diverge too much from the scope of mission 1. I'm going by mission, not going by category, and then we'll organize all these things in category. Yeah, fat man, I know. We're not covering D-Dog yet, because for D-Dog, we'll do the thing with the Huey time traveling paradox tape thing. Alright. So we compare that to 3 and Peace Walker, of course, with the horse. Okay, holy shit. So after, let's say the tutorial's over, horse gets into the glue factory, and what I do around there is hang around a bit, and if we look at the ruins that we start at, we'll find, oh shit, here we're getting into gun details. That's where you find the first suppressor. So maybe, look, I'll just add a quick note, and I won't say too much about it because gun details are in a class of its own. I'm just saying when I usually start, pointing out that the suppressors in this game are an obvious dumbed down version, setback of the details in the other games. So we would find a suppressor, find universal suppressor, and I'm just gonna leave it at that. And I'm just going to put in parentheses compare. I don't even have to specify what to compare it to, because literally every other game in the series requires you to find the appropriate specific suppressor for the one specific gun that you want to use it with, because, you know, that's how it fucking works. And in the case, no, actually not even the case of MGS3, even since MGS1, you have to equip it. So you had to equip it manually by either equipping the gun with a suppressor, or you know, going into the menu and all this stuff, and then just you can buy them. But whatever, same thing. You would customize a gun with the suppressor. In this game, the second you pick up a suppressor, it's first of all universal suppressor supply for all your guns magically somehow, and it automatically equips instantly. However, when you unequip it, and here's the other thing that bothers me, if you unequip your suppressor, it stays in the fucking weapon icon. The only thing that changes is how highlighted the little suppressor durability bar is, which is hard to notice if you're, like, you know, in a stressful situation where you're using guns. No. Gun details is one of the easiest things to pick on and make complete absolute nonsense of in this game, because they are so much more detailed in the other games. That's what makes it so easy in this game. You might not be aware of it, and you might say, oh, it's a game, it doesn't matter, who cares? But this is why this game stands out, well, one of the many reasons, from the rest of the series. Every other, I could make an infinite list of, you know, transitioning from one game to the other. That's the idea in the final video, of all the gun details that every other game up until now has. It's extremely easy. It's one of the easiest things to complain about. The gun details MGS5 are absolute garbage. Guys, quick thank you to all the people who are resubbing. I noticed, and I love you guys. Sorry, we are very distracted right now, but thank you. I'm just going what I usually go through during gameplay, but in my mind, so we can do it quickly, and instead of playing, I actually write it down. So let's see. So this is where we would find the universal suppressor, and it's ridiculous compared to the other games. And then suppressor icon. You know, And this is compared to, we're going to compare this not just to the other games, we're going to compare this to Ground Zeroes, because Ground Zeroes does that right. Fair plus Ground Zeroes. We can actually compare that to Ground fucking Zeroes. So the same game, more or less, you know, in engine, but it actually does it right. When you unequip your suppressor in Ground Zeroes, it goes away from the fucking weapon icon, saying that you know you don't have it equipped. In MGS5, I can't tell you how many times I thought I had a suppressor because it's a goddamn weapon icon and it doesn't change. And then I didn't, and then I get caught. Whatever. So, I didn't want to spend too much time talking about that, but believe you me when I say that every other game in the series has amazing details compared to this garbage. And then, this is when we would notice that we're tackling all the gameplay aspects because we're free to move around. So this is also where the game pretends to have music. Let's see, pretend music. The game pretends to have background music when you start the Phantom Limbs mission, go past the tutorial. You finally start moving around and the little, whatever it's called, I think, let's not get DMCA'd. Oh, I don't have shit on this, man. I think this one? Yeah. Might be this. Maybe not. Dude, I don't know. Okay, it's definitely not this one. I think it might be this one. Come on, do something. Even the music is like noise. Might not even be a track that you have now. Oh, is it this one? Yes, it's this one. So this music starts playing by itself as soon as the tutorial's over in mission 1, where the game pretends to have background music, but it's amazing because it's only for the beginning. It's only for that one mission. So we'll call that a pretend music. And then since the gameplay opens up, now we have so many things to cover that we could interact with. So make quick notes of everything. So the pretend music, and then the tapes that they give you. Often we get people asking, why don't you listen to tapes during gameplay? So, and if you try doing that during the missions that you're actually supposed to do, it will become very clear very quickly why you cannot listen to tapes during gameplay. So we'll call that tapes during gameplay is impossible. Because every second that you take a step, every time you get close to a village, find an enemy, find a vantage point, alert an enemy, see something like a sheep or whatever, every single time that happens, they talk over the tape. The volume gets muffled, the subtitles get overridden, and you cannot listen to your goddamn tape. Specifically, in mission 1, Ocelot bitches at you if you take too many steps without your horse. It says, planning to walk out the whole wilderness on your foot. So, we'll just quickly write down a few times that Ocelot bitches at you that you cannot listen to tapes. If you just want to walk around and listen to the tape, pretty soon you'll hear Ocelot say, planning to walk the whole wilderness on foot? Use your horse. So, we'll call that, horse bitching. The second you get close to the first enemy outpost. There's the outpost bitching. Hold it, there's an enemy outpost, be careful, blah blah blah. Fuck you if you're listening to tapes. If too much time passes, there's the nighttime bitching. The sun's out, hurry up, blah blah blah. Fuck you if you're trying to listen to tapes. Nighttime bitching. And then the second you try to interrogate an enemy, there's of course the description, and this goes into both things, both a feature in itself and part of why you can't listen to tapes. The whole fake language thing. What can we call it? Interpretation bullshit. Where Ocelot tells you that even though he speaks Russian, he could not translate actively during gameplay because it's complicated to juggle languages at a high pace like that. Except the enemies only say like 1 or 2 words, so it actually takes longer for Ocelot to tell you that he can't translate than it would take for him to say those 2 words. And of course that sets up the whole bullshit mechanic that somehow Big Medic doesn't know Russian because, you know, Big Medic never knew Russian. So they tell you it's because of the horn and whatnot, but whatever, we'll get to that later. So that's another thing. Another thing that he talks about is if you take down an enemy, and I think if you walk away a little bit, he tells you about don't leave enemies out in the open, blah blah blah. So again, if you're not listening to tapes, fuck that. We'll call that body, enemy body bitching. And then the interpretation bullshit with Ocelot and Russian and whatnot, that leads us to the other amazing gameplay feature of how enemies do not have voice acting when you interrogate them. But the irony of it is that if you don't have the interpreter, they do have voice acting. They only speak when you can't understand them. If you don't have the Russian interpreter, they will speak Russian to you. But if you have the interpreter, suddenly it turns into yeah, and then you get subtitles. So so the interpretation bullshit turns into the voice acting interrogation nonsense. And of course, I'm going to put a little note, compare to MGS3, where every enemy that you interrogate has voice acting, and every enemy pretty much talks about something interesting or different in the environment. Because, you know, it would take something powerful like a PS2 game to do that. Certainly, we can't do that on a PS4 game with 80 fucking millions budget. Oh, but it's an open world game. Well, fuck off. So, interpretation bullshit. You see how the tapes goes into interpretation goes into the voice acting, and the voice acting goes into compare to MGS3. I imagine that I might play, I don't know. There's a lot of material, man. Right now we're going through what we know, and to do it quicker, I'm just going by memory and by order, and using the game menu as a reference, and I thought I would record and share all this. Fuck, man. So, after I'm thinking this is a little outpost where the first two enemies you encounter, you go through all of that. That's when I do more gun details. So let's see, we start holding out the guy. And, god damn it. The holdups. I need to change my page now, so we'll call this 1 Phantom Limbs Continued. Phantom Limbs Continued. So that's when I hold up guy there. So holdups have several problems in this game. Again, I'm just gonna put this, I'm gonna start this by saying compare to MGS2, 3, 4. Maybe Peace Walker. No, Peace Walker, well, you know, PSP gets a pass for that, and Peace Walker enemies just go down. But you know what? The fact that they addressed that by making the enemies go down to work around the limitations of the PSP is worthy of praise and acknowledgement. So yeah, we'll throw Peace Walker in there as well. So when you hold up an enemy in MGS2, 3, 4, and you have an empty gun. Well, first of all, let's see. Holy shit, there's so many details of the holdups. So holdups, if you don't do anything for a while, they react, which in this game they don't always do. Reactions, lack of. So in this game, most of the time, it depends of, there's some sort of an RNG thing to it, or soldier AI thing to it. But in this game, you can leave a guy standing up, holding up, being held up, and you can leave, and they'll literally just stand there forever. Sometimes they do it forever if you put them down, but you can literally leave them there forever, like in the middle of the road, and then get that run over by a truck or something, whatever. So they don't always react. But more importantly, one thing that they don't react to at all, ever, is empty guns. Empty gun, click. If you hold up a guy with an empty gun in MGS2, 3, 4, in 3 they even do like a cool animation when they're down. I have to double check this in 4, because for some reason I don't do it much in 4, because I guess we always have ammo in 4. But definitely I'm just doing 3. If you hold up an enemy with an empty gun and you go click, they instantly kick your ass. They react. They know that you have an empty gun. And they alert instantly. Of course, in 5, they don't give a fuck. You could hold them up and leave, click, go to their face, put your gun away. So that's another thing, actually. So empty gun, click is a thing, and also putting your gun away, which is more of an MGS2 thing, but that will also make them react when you put your gun away. And also, another detail is the size of the gun that you're using. And 2, if you're using a handgun, they only get scared. Oh, wait, they don't fucking get scared at all in this. So first of all, threaten. They don't get threatened or scared in this at all. But the threaten level, the level of how scared they are, depends on the size of the gun and where you're aiming it. If you only have a little handgun, they get scared when you aim at their heads or their dicks in MGS2 and 3. But if you have a big gun, like a Stinger or a grenade launcher, they get scared no matter where, no matter what you're aiming at. So the result is that you can scare them even without looking in first person, as long as you're aiming at them in general direction in MGS2. So we'll put size matters. So it's a little detail in MGS2. You can scare someone with a grenade launcher and they'll always be scared and give you their dog tag or items or whatever, no matter where you're aiming. If you do with a Nikita, the Stinger, the grenade launcher. Because obviously with a grenade launcher, it doesn't fucking matter where you get hit. You'd be scared for your life, right? So yeah, these are all clips that we're gonna put from MGS2, 3, 4. Even Peace Walker addressing the fact that they go down. Is a added way of working around it that they put effort in. Whoa, okay. So the holdups are fucked. Another thing that's fucked, go figure, there's things that are fucked in this game, is disarming people. There's no holdups in Metal Gear Mobile, man. At least that I could find. I thought for the longest time playing that game there was no hanging either, but apparently there is. I did a VR mission and it was like a hanging tutorial. Like, shit, you can hang in this. I don't know that you can hold them up though in that game. Hold on, getting hot in here. My nerves are going up. All right, so disarming people. Disarming enemies in this game is fucked. Especially compared to the rest of the series. And you're gonna hear me say that a lot. Because, of course, having played all the games quite a bit, I noticed and I remember. And you know, not everyone might have a clear comparison in their mind at all times. So, fuck. Gonna be here a while. So when you disarm people, well, we could, I guess, jump into some gameplay to do that. What I can't do, at least not smoothly and efficiently, is jump from one game to the other in the exact spot. You would need a recorded video for that, you know, to instantly compare to the other games. So for the sake of this stream, where we're just taking notes, you're gonna have to believe my word. But my word, I think, can be verified very easily by playing the games. So let's just jump into any garbage filler mission here. I guess we could do these things as we talk about them. Yes, I am taking notes for the purpose of making a video that points out all the nonsense and compares it to the other games. This is what these notes are for. Oh god, the helicopter rides, man. I should write that down just as part of the overall gameplay time, man. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. Technically, there's no helicopter ride yet in Mission 1, so we'll get to it. The amount of time you waste just waiting around for the fucking helicopter ride, and the loading screens, and the menus. People be like, hey, I played this game for 600 hours. Such a good game with lots of content. Yeah, 400 of those 600 hours are waiting around. Yeah, the credits, man, we'll get to it. Alright. Of course, let's just grab some random hobo and make him into a new big medic, shall we? Maybe that's why there's no mission, there's no time paradox. When Big Medic dies, they just grab another guy and make a new plastic surgery happen. They hook him up to a pachinko machine with MGS3 memories. And that's it. Fuck. Give me a guy somewhere. Anyone.
The security forces
I see one. He's a little far though.
targets.
Maybe
After
here?
you grab or hold up an enemy, try interrogating them.
See, if I was listening to a tape there, Miller would interrupt it. So, oh man, as I'm actually, it makes me physically ill to be in the gameplay of this game, but the things like footprints and water and all those things that do nothing. Alright, here's our fortunate candidate here. Let's take him away. I'm sure this guy's AI is amazing. No, you're leaving footprints sometimes, but it's not like they notice. And most of the time you don't. But whatever. Alright, here's our volunteer. Very willing. Just like Kojima was. I'm gonna empty my gun. That's gonna take a while, but whatever. Just imagine being able to pick your loadout and not bring guns. Certainly that's too advanced. Oh shit, the suppressor. I only had a grade 2, that's why. That's okay, they're deaf enough. Alright, now my gun's empty. It's clicking. Wake him up. They heard that, but that's okay. Whoa, what are you doing? There's something glitchy going on there with the whether they react or not. Oh shit, I should write this down. Sometimes they react, they knife you, and then they stop reacting. It's like they have the upper hand, they knife you, and then they put their hands up after knifing you. Isn't that amazing? Okay, it's a good thing I remember that. So, well, what should we call that? Double hold up. Knifing. You know when sometimes you can tell by their symbol on their heads whether they're gonna behave or not when you hold them up. If it doesn't turn blue, if it stays red, it means they're gonna react. But even if they react, they knife you, they have the upper hand, you simply do that again, and they let's see if we can do with this guy. Okay, there's so many things that are fucked with hold-ups, holy shit. Okay, so, disarming the guy. I grabbed his, wait, no, first I need to, well, if they don't have anything, you grab their pretend rifle that they don't have. So that's, okay, I'm gonna write that down as pretend rifle. But if I do let him get his handgun out, please, dude. Well, I guess we could do the other thing I was talking about. Empty gun, click, click, click. He doesn't give a fuck. I don't even know what's clicking because look at Big Medic's trigger discipline there. His finger is not in the trigger guard. But whatever. All games do this to make the player aware that you're out of ammo. I said click, click. Can you hear it? Your ear. There. They don't give a fuck, man. If you try doing this exact thing in MGS2 or 3, they kick your ass instantly. In MGS3, they even do it when you hold them up on the ground. They have like this weird spin roll animation thing that they do. And they instantly kick you and get up. It's kind of cool, actually. So. Earth to AI. No, huh? We can only do that on something like a PS2. Anyway, if he does... He was putting his hands down earlier. I don't know why. See, that's another thing. If you walk away... he just stays like that. Doesn't give a fuck. Again, you do this in MGS2 or 3 or 4. And if you walk too much, they react. If they're not down on the ground. If they're down on the ground, they don't notice, I guess. They can't be sure. They can't see. That would be the excuse. But there is a certain distance at which enemies are programmed to go out of the hold-up and react in MGS2 and 3. And now he's deciding to react. I don't know what the fuck it depends on, man. But let's let him get his gun out. So, one handgun. Oh, I actually did hold him up again, so we'll have to wait until he does it again. But now I have his gun. See? I have it. It's my hand right now, right here. Oh, he got scared even though I was aiming away. So what's he gonna do now that I have his sidearm? Oh, but of course, he has another one. I'll take it. And another one. And another one. I'll take that too. We're collecting ammo here. We have 40 rounds now. And the only reason he stops at all is because that actually does a little bit of stun damage. So he only stops because he passes out. But if we wake him up, guess what? What? Okay, well, that was more pretend rifle there. He has more handguns, but he forgot there. Man, that just keeps on giving. And another. That's 6 now. Oh, there you go. 6, 7, 70 rounds. 80. 9. Oh, we're maxed out. Never mind. So as you can see, oh, I can prevent him from going down. Oh, perfect. Oh, fuck, I hate this counter thing. I don't want to do that animation. Oh, I just learned that I can just shoot him to keep him going there. As long as it's non-lethally. So, they have, I mean, good job, guys. Thank you. You saved me. Well, so, moral of the story is they have infinite handguns. It's ridiculous. So, disarming people, infinite handguns. You might be thinking, how do the other games do it? Why are the other games better? Well, here's the thing. In MGS2, you can't really disarm people, but what you can do is shoot their right arm. And so they'll stop shooting when they do that. That kind of counts as disarming them. It wasn't until MGS3 that you can actually shoot guns off of people. And it's, of course, more detailed in 3 and 4 than it is in 5. So in 3, if you shoot someone's right arm, they will often drop their gun. And they get out their sidearm, and then you shoot that off too. And they get... I think they don't lose their sidearm, actually, in 3. That's how they do it. In 3, they don't drop the gun. So they don't have infinite handguns. So we're gonna compare this to 3, and more importantly to 4 when it comes to gun details and gun things. Hey, thanks Mazaru. Thank you so much for the subs, gift subs, resub, and everybody who's been subbing, guys. Thank you. I've been very distracted during this stream, but it's a different stream for sure. But you're acknowledged and very much appreciated. So if we compare it to 3, you can make them drop their rifle and they only have one handgun. And in 4, they go through rifle, handgun, and knife or fists if they don't have anything else. So in 4, they drop their gun. There's actually a disarming CQC move like there is here, except better. And they go through all of their stuff. They go through their rifle, sidearm, and then depending whether it's a PMC or a rebel, they bust out their knife or fists. Here we have infinite handguns, which I was showing you guys, but unfortunately they blew up their own guy, which happens quite a bit actually. They shoot themselves, they blow themselves up, they run themselves over with the trucks and whatnot. So this is something definitely to compare from just 3 and 4, where they actually go through their arms in order, or their side arms in order. There was something else. Something It's hard to stay on track and stay focused because there's so much shit that needs to be addressed. We need to make sense of it all. And the pretend rifle was just a happy little accident there. It always happens whenever you do this. Somebody mentioned something. Yeah, the drowning thing. Holy shit. Okay, wait. Right now we're in the context of mission 1. So I gotta think, what do I do during mission 1? After we disarm people, hold them up, show how it's ridiculous. The empty gun click. The size of the gun doesn't matter. The empty gun doesn't matter. Disarming them doesn't matter because they have infinite guns. There was something else. The other thing that I can't do is really keep up with the chat or the subs. Sorry, guys. I'm just talking to myself a lot and showing things, maybe as I mention them, in case some people don't believe me or something. And I'm writing shit down. So, if you pay attention to the title, it does say it is a colossal project and taking notes. Oh, yeah, the radio thing, of course. You know what? I'm actually going to cut into the MGS2 and 3 tutorial calls because when I get those calls during in-depth runs, it makes my blood boil. There's a call with 0 that starts with, "It is possible to shoot out the enemy's radio to prevent them from calling for backup." I'm like, fuck! So, yes, of course, that's the other thing. We can't really show it in this game. We can only show that it's not there. But yeah, it's a good thing, of course. A little cutaway to MGS2 and 3 shooting radios. And then the calls, the tutorial calls about them. And then, of course, here it doesn't do fucking anything. Let's see if our dead guy here has on his hip. Nope. Oh, yes, he does. Okay, let's take him somewhere. Let's take him to the Bat Cave. Just so happens that this guy that they blasted into oblivion, he has a radio on his hip, and holy physics. Look at that. Doesn't that look familiar? Fucking slope engine. Okay, I'm gonna put that. Slope engine. Pretty much anywhere you try to do things. That was a bad idea putting him up here. Can we get a clear view? Probably not. It's gonna clip through the ground. I mean, they actually use it though. See, that's the other thing to compare it to. I don't know why they're having trouble. I guess we can get a good angle there. See that yellow button on the side and that radio model on his hip? That looks familiar. Unfortunately, we can't smoke right now. I can't bust out my own radio. Or phantom lighter, I guess. But yeah, unlike, I think in 4, you can't shoot radios, but they don't really use radios. Okay, this is something I'm gonna write down. I'm gonna have to go back and compare. So radio, of course, can't shoot. You can't shoot it, but they most definitely do use it, unlike 4. I mean, in 2 and 3 you can shoot them, and in 4, if I remember right, something to go back and double check, you can't shoot them, but they also don't use them. They're not a factor, if I remember correctly. So, yes, the SOP thing makes that kind of make sense. Can't shoot, so we're not just gonna say radio, you can't shoot. You can't shoot, but they use them. Fucking exclamation mark there. So, compared to, again, compare 2, 2, 3. It's gonna be easy, just little video snips of shooting radios followed by Otacon, or maybe Otacon's tutorial call about shooting the radio first, I think Pliskin has one for Raiden, and then same thing with 3. They have the radio, and there's a 0 call that tells you it is possible to shoot the enemy's radio. Just for the record, they use them, but they can't be shot in this game. So let's see if we can. It's unfortunate I don't have any more tranquilizer. So I'm probably gonna die here. Whatever. We could just restart the thing. Yeah, whatever. I don't really care about that right now. But yeah, it's something that we should bring up whenever gameplay opens up, like in Mission 1. So the radio can't be shot, but they use them. Compared to 2, 3, and 4, because even though in 4 you can't shoot them, they don't use them. So you could almost say there's no radios, I think. Although, I mean, they physically are, but they don't get used in their hands like they do in this game. And of course, there's the whole, I'm gonna write down, SOP thing to make up for it. Even though, in Act 3, Otacon says they're using SOP to notify each other by radio. And you have your little radio scanning device. There is, as far as I remember, there is no... Did I hit my mic there? I think I did. That's why you guys are panicking. Sorry about that. Lots of moving around to write shit down. So, in 4, as far as I remember, there's no animation of soldiers getting their radio out. So I don't know why I want to go through the trouble of doing that now, because that's just how it is. And I mean, that's kind of why we're mostly writing shit down instead of doing it right now. There will be, of course, footage of all of these things.
The security forces must know something about the targets.
Imagine, look, listening to a tape now.
Try interrogating them.
In fact, you can even shoot people's radios while they're knocked out or dead. They maintain their hitbox in the other games. So let's see. This is the other side. See, that looks familiar. What does that look like? Do we get to see the model of the thing? No, we don't. Well, fucking thing is in the way, man. Okay, for some reason I thought it would show up here to light your cigar, but I guess not. Best we can do is... Oh, wait. No. Out of... Yeah, they made sure to hide it well. Oh, there you go. I'm not sure if it's quite the same, because there's that little knob the Big Medic uses with his thumb. Maybe it's... But there's the yellow button too, so I don't know, man. Maybe it's the same model but flipped. There's plenty of reused models, including Intel file helicopters, helicopter pilots. Did you know that the enemy helicopter pilots are fucking Morpho from Ground Zeroes? This is not Mission 1, but we're just out doing gameplay, because during Mission 1 is then when gameplay opens up and we go over all these things. I always had a feeling, but I never really checked if it's the same iDroid model. Just flipped, you know, or it... Who knows? Maybe the little knob is hidden. Maybe it's not there. Maybe it is unique. I don't know. But matter of fact that we're actually talking about here is... Yeah, they probably all have the 6 now. You can't shoot the radio. In fact, I shoot where the radio is, and he wakes up, and he's gonna be suspicious. And what's he gonna do? He's gonna use the radio. I wanted to see if there's a little knob on the side. Now try doing that exact thing in MGS2 or 3 and see what happens. Oh man. No, it's not an iDroid. I guess not. Where do you get his rifle? Oh, maybe I did leave it there. But as we know, there's magical rifles on the floor of Mother Base. It wouldn't surprise me. There's some here too. So yeah. I mean that's pretty ridiculous when the other games had that. And so cue footage of MGS2 and 3 doing the same thing and actually destroying the radio and getting the animation for where the guy tries to use the radio, or the line where they say, damn it, where's our radio, or something like that in MGS3. Alright, that covers the radio. I think there's probably more to it. But this game doesn't have chaff grenades, does it? Sudden realization that there are no chaff grenades. Isn't there a chaff cloud? Weather thing? Yeah, there's a chaff support thing. Yeah, but there's no chaff grenades. Yeah, I was struggling to think. Yeah, I probably don't have shit, because we'll go over why developing things is useless some other time. But yeah, there's no chaff grenades, so we don't really use chaff support because it's probably a more advanced thing, and it's not worth developing things that far. But I'd be curious to see how they react to that. Do they have an animation to take their radio out and try to use it and sort of shake it around or think it's broken or something when there's a chaff cloud going on? Anybody who's used the chaff support. Fuck, now I need to develop it, man. Just to see that, because this is pertinent to the radio. Oh man, this is an ongoing thing. There's no way I can cover everything. No, you can't shoot the radio while they're holding it. The radio just doesn't have a hitbox at all. You can also shoot the radio when it's in their hands, and I'm just doing 3. I guess I'll add that. In their hands. Dude, I'm writing. Alright. How many hours do I have? Do you really think I have the kind of hours that could be quantifiable and being counted in any sort of efficient way? You know who's a guy who really brags about having a lot of hours in MGS5? The former Konami community manager, whatever the fuck it's called. Robert Peeler. Man, I need to talk to that guy. He's like, oh, I have like 8,000 billion hours in MGS5. I play more than anyone. Yeah, I need to have a talk and compare notes with this guy. To see if he knows half the things I've seen. And I don't know, I probably have more hours than him, but I literally don't keep count, because who else keeps deleting their save and starting a new story run every month, man? Okay. So, that's a good point to bring up, that in MGS2 and 3, if you aim correctly and very accurately, you can actually shoot the radio out of their hands too, not just when it's on their body. So, I guess... What does it take to have the fucking chaff support? I mean, let me look this up. Let me see if we can do it in this save. And just 5 chaff support. And the first thing I find is, chaff dispersal seems useless. Am I missing something? Oh, fuck. I just found a Steam
post of somebody saying it doesn't really seem to matter if they communicate via radio or not, they act the same. What the fuck? And then it disrupts radio and it disrupts cameras. That's the amazing thing, you know, the whole 2 cameras that are in this game. But it seems that I'm not gonna get a PS5 just to do that, Ragnarok. And keep in mind that I switch between consoles, between PSN accounts, and between different versions of the game all the time. I have the Outer Heaven account, the DRK account, the regular edition, the definitive experience, the PS4 Pro, and the PS4, all the things and the PC that I played across. There is no way to quantify how long of this game, how much of this game I've actually played because of that. But suffice to say that I've seen more things than most people are aware of. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying that because I want to share those things, and that's why we're doing this. But yeah, I'm kind of... Other thread. What the hell is Chaff Airstrike used for? Okay, I need to see the requirements though. Requirements. How to unlock Chaff. That's why I simply want to say to people, if you're going to talk to me about this game, first see the things that I've seen and know the things that I've seen. Then we can talk. Blah, blah, blah. Wait. Okay, so I'm in the wiki right now. And it says, unlike traditional Chaff... Wait, no. Diamond Dog's Chaff dispersal can disrupt cameras. It makes no mention of radios whatsoever. It's not telling me what's required to unlock it though. It's fucking annoying. So obviously it's gotta be the support unit. So my support unit, and for this we're gonna sin and go online because get ready to implement lag in your single player game. The new feature brought to you by Konami. Who doesn't want to lag in their single player game and be constantly reminded of pop-ups and bullshit and rewards and whatnot. But now I have my FOBs, I have my staff and room for more staff. And the support unit, we have 31 out of 120. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab, fuck it, let's go to the human trafficking slavery buy list and buy some people. Let's buy some S rank support unit. This is support, right? Oh, there it is. Chaff dispersal unlocked. Perfect. Human trafficking accomplished. So now let's get out somewhere. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe there's people. You know. Can we do that? I hope there's people here. Wait, this isn't anywhere close to that. Okay. I am about to see what the hell the Chaff does in this game because I've never used it, literally. Oh, if it's a shitty rank though, it only lasts like what, 20 seconds? That might be enough. I don't know. Let's see. Helicopter rides. Just to give you some time to contemplate life and why you're playing this game. Dude, Twitch is telling me to follow my own channel. I can't even click the follow button. There's like a little denied icon. But it's like, come here often? Click here to follow your channel. Dude. Okay, amazing. You guys seen that notification? I mean, it's cute for people who don't follow yet, but why do you send it to the fucking owner of the channel? Oh, man. Let's go. We have this unique technology that is riding a horse. Okay, so presumably we can create some sort of commotion and then they would radio in. I want to see what they actually do though. I want to physically look at the guy. He might be safe in here. He's not gonna turn, is he? The amazing thing is when they have a searchlight like this and you make noise or create some sort of commotion and they put the searchlight away to get their flashlight out and check. I wonder if you can do that. Oh man, let's see. There you go. Well, I guess that's too close to him, so maybe that makes sense. I don't know. He just heard noise. Oh, there you go. I get to his defense, it was to his side. But even if it was in front of him, he would do the same thing. That's the thing. Wait, maybe with one of these. I didn't hear that. Oh, there you go. He even pointed the light straight at it. Okay, now he's radioing in. Oh, he's gonna check. Okay, okay. This kind of... I went somewhere else with this. So, let's see. Supposedly he's gonna radio in. Yeah, look, he went there to check with his flashlight. Oh! What? Okay. So, he put his radio away. And the other guy somehow still came through. And they don't give a fuck. I need some time to process this because I need to think. I mean, obviously the fact that the guy didn't radio in again, or that he doesn't find it suspicious that his radio didn't work, is ridiculous. But now I have to think about how it works when you do something similar like this in the other games. So, Peace Walker, prime example. In Peace Walker, if you chaff, as soon as the chaff is up, they notice something is up. Especially if there's drones around. So, chaff. Compared to Peace Walker. I'm just gonna go through this off the top of my mind. So in Peace Walker, if something gets disrupted by chaff, they know the second the chaff is over, there's a caution. Here, this guy doesn't give a fuck. And then, trying to think. because I don't really use chaff grenades to prevent radios much, but in this game, that's pretty much the only thing it can do, because there's like no cameras, there's like 2 cameras in the whole game. Usually I use chaff grenades to get past cameras and ciphers, like, you know, in MGS2. MGS2 chaff grenades are completely fucking useless, but at least they exist. Yeah, of course they didn't notice the big ass explosion and chaff everywhere. Meanwhile, good point. In MGS 1, 2, 3, 4, they notice the explosion. If it's close enough to a guy, at least, you know. So caution. 1, 2, 3, 4. They go check the noise. This wasn't a tiny grenade. This was a huge fucking missile. So there's that. Interesting that we're kind of exploring something new here instead of going off the usual, but I guess the radio thing ties into it. So I'm gonna write this down as to compare, because I'm pretty sure, I know for a fact in Peace Walker it happens, because when you use a chaff grenade you get a caution, period. When there's things that are affected by the chaff grenade. But as far as this guy just putting his radio away and pretending like nothing happened, I can tell you right now that at the very least in MGS2 they have an animation, the same animation as when you shoot the radio. If there's chaff going on, they have this animation where they try to look at the radio, shake it around, and try to see if it's broken or something. So at the very least, there's that. This guy just put his radio away, but something to double check in the other game. So maybe we'll do it during the marathon or something. Nope, they don't give a fuck. Right on his head now. Oh, he did notice, because it was right there. Must have been the wind. Oh, and it makes him radio. Ha ha ha! 2 birds with 1 stone. He notices, he tries to radio, and wait, he does radio again? Oh no, let's see what happens. Fuck! I thought he was gonna say, oh, interruption, communications were interrupted or something. No! He says that he checked it out and nothing was wrong. Holy shit, this game. I thought he was gonna actually give him a warning of what just happened, that his radio didn't work earlier. Wait, so it triggers them as if they told him to check it out, and he checked it out, and it's not. Holy mother. Let me see if this happens again. Same way. First of all, it seems like it has to be right on his head for him to notice. I was like, oh, look, he's actually radioing in. Cool. So it's perfect, because the thing itself makes him radio, and he... Nope, he just puts it away instantly. And then he checks it out. And then... This is amazing. Not only the CP never told him to check anything, his radio didn't work earlier, and he doesn't care at all, and he checks in and he says that it's okay, even though they never told him to check it or never warned anybody about it. But I know what's going on. I know what's going on. So the first time he radios in, holy shit, Can you see what's going on here? The first time he radios in, even though the call doesn't go through, he still acts as if it did. Because that call is presumably, I heard a noise, and CP telling him to check it. But that call never happens. But he still checks it, and he still reports back. This is more of a clusterfuck than I thought. Amazing. They act as if this call happens. That's why he's perfectly fine with putting his radio away, because as far as he's concerned, that call happened, and he's done with it. Mother of God. Save me. Okay, I don't even know how to write this down. Clusterfuck. Call happens anyway. Let's call it. Call happens instantly. And report. So now what I'm curious to try out is, what if, I don't think we have a very high level chaff right now. Dark Dylan, we're gonna show this to everyone. Once this big project is done and we actually have a complete video out with all of these things, I'm gonna be completely fucking shameless about it, like I've never been. Not even like about marathons, about the channel itself. I'm gonna need every ounce of help and exposure that we can get to get it out there. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, I don't care. IGN, I don't know, what else is there? What is that thing called? Game Nerds, Game Fucks, Game, I forget, but, you know, all of those, dude, I need, I need all of you guys to do your part. I forget what it's called. What is that thing called where there was a huge thread about the marathon that led up to this game? I'm drawing a complete blank. NeoGAF. Yes. Fuck. There's a thread that followed the marathon the 500-hour marathon that we did for the release of this game. And you can slowly see the madness seep into the world and the people there as you follow the marathon. First they talk about all the other games. Oh, how nice. Oh, they're showing this Easter egg. Oh, they're showing this story thing. Oh, they're showing this detail. And then you can pinpoint exactly when we start streaming MGS5. They're like, what the fuck is this guy doing? What the fuck is this game? It's so good. He's lost his mind. He's just driving around listening to music. There's nothing going on in this game. My God, man. That's so good. You can get a little glimpse of what it was like still in that thread. The posts leading up to the release and then after the release, it completely shifts in mood, and holy shit, you can pinpoint exactly that the world went to shit the second this game came out. Man, what the fuck is this guy doing? What is this? So yeah, to get back on topic, once we do have a finished product, I don't care. I'm gonna whore it out as much as possible. I need every single person help to get the word out there. And I don't want anyone to debate me on this game unless they've seen the video in its entirety. And then we can talk. Anyway, so is there a way? There should be a way to see. Will I send it to Kojima? I mean, if I send it to Kojima, it's probably not gonna do any good. What we do need is to build the momentum so that eventually someone and the higher ups and whatever bunch of imbeciles it concerns to notices and eventually gets the word out. Maybe to Kojima? I'm pretty sure Kojima knows this game is a fucking mess. He'll just never admit it anyway. I mean, remember this. Kojima was butthurt about GTA 5 and its greatness and how he could never match it before the game even came out. Now, consider that GTA 5 is a 2013 PS3 game, and this game isn't still anywhere close to that in terms of open world, at least. And then Kojima was butt blasted about it. Now that the game is out in its final state, the definitive experience, you know, I'm pretty sure Kojima knows deep inside that he fucked up and that this is a fucking mess. But he will never admit it publicly, of course, for PR and reputation and Japanese work ethics reasons, of course. I'm pretty sure deep down he knows, because he's the same guy who's, you know, perfectionist, attention to detail, playtest, report bugs, back and forth with the QA team, blah blah blah, all of that for all of his games. There's no fucking way that Kojima would let something like this come out in this state and be happy about it or not be forced to have done it. Anyway, my chaff dispersal, if I can look, is C rank. So if we increase that with more human trafficking, it should last even longer. So when that guy, okay, so all of this was with C rank. I'm gonna write that down because the duration of the chaff matters. Because you see how the guy radios in twice, and then the second time he radios in exactly as the C rank chaff ends. So oh, we are online, okay. So what I'm wondering is, if I get a higher grade chaff that covers the spans across both calls, what happens? And if it's anything like what we have observed with the first call, it means that the guy is going to get his radio out, then look at it and put it back away, and then investigate with his flashlight for a second and get his radio out again, look at it and put it away, and he's perfectly fine with it, as if nothing happened. So this is my prediction based on current behavior. Let's see if we can corroborate that. So we're just gonna do more human trafficking until we get chaff level, whatever. Oh shit, they're starting to put shit in other units now? Let's see what it is now. Yeah, it just speeds it up. It doesn't prevent the call. As far as they're concerned, the call happens instantly. So chaff is now A rank, which should be enough for our purposes. It's not S rank, but should be longer, because with the C rank it was just barely as the chaff ended anyway. Which freaking village was it that I went to? One of these? I don't fucking know. It shouldn't matter, but whatever. Was there even a mission there? Nzoya Badiabulu. No, I'm pretty sure it was in Africa. I really don't remember. But let's just go here. See what happens. Mfinda oil field in Nzoya Badiabulu, Nyoka Nyampembe. Bwala Yamasa. I am fluent in Kikongo now because of this game. I'm gonna get the Kikongo strain. Yabloko Moloko sounds like it's Kikongo, but it's Russian, I guess. Holy shit, I made the mistake of trying out a new feature live for the first time. Have you seen what happens? God bless this game. It is cursed. Fuck's sake, man. What the I was just going through in order, you know, but we started talking about radios and we started talking about chaff, and like, wait a second. What's the chaff in this game? Oh man, okay, let's find another loser with their amazing AI. Presumably we want a guy who sits still, like that guy at the searchlight, I guess. So we can call the chaff on his head. But if you don't do it on their heads, it's even worse because they don't notice at all. Okay, maybe that guy's gonna sit still. Get the fuck up there. Listen, Big Medic. I know it's hard, but I need you to get up there right now. Okay? You can do it. Believe in yourself. Alright. That happens to everyone. Come on, Kiefer. I know you can jump Christmas trees and shit. You can do this. Slowly. There you go. Let's see. This guy probably sits here. So, let's do it. No, but the movement is fluid in this game, guys. What was that? Better check the air, I guess, and then have the call happen instantly. So the chaff... Wait, this guy isn't checking. This guy isn't radioing about it. Oh. Oh, it's probably because you already had that guy check something. Okay, okay, we're gonna do this again. This time we're gonna make him radio about something. It's even better if they pretend nothing happens if they get shot. Okay, so what happened with the previous guy is probably that I made him investigate something. And that's when he started reporting back, I guess, for other things. Okay, let's do this again. I also want to try my own radio after I throw the chaff. Or disperse the chaff. So this proves my point that they don't even like investigate it. I mean, I guess they do, but they're not bothered by it.
The Soviets.
But of course!
A lot of them came from Central Asia before, but lately they've been using more and more Russians.
No.
Hesitation to pull the trigger if they're not fighting their own race. Morbid cynicism, but it gets results.
No.
That's humanity for you.
No, come on, man. Well, I mean, to be fair, I think you can use your radio during the chaff grenade in MGS3. I was just hoping that they would have some sort of, you know, detail about it, because it's the same fucking radio that they use. Let me think, because again, I don't use the chaff much for radios in the other games. We know that the radar is affected. We know that the codec has its burst frequency thing that doesn't really matter. But there must be an instance of... I'm trying to remember now what else is affected. I seem to recall some instance where you can't use some stuff. I mean, the Nikita, you can't use the Well, okay, we'll give it a pass. It's just as I was hoping, since it's very obviously just a radio, and this game is supposed to be more advanced than MGS3, you know? We'll give it a pass for gameplay purposes. Anyway, so let's go back to our guy here. We'll disperse some chaff and then shoot him in the arm or something. He's got a radio after we do that, right? Sure. You might want to tell someone about this, you know? And they enter alert status instantly. So his call went through, and it went through instantly. So all the chaff does is skip the dialogue for their calls, but the effects of the calls still happen. Now we can write this down. Chaff skips dialogue, but not effect. So it actually makes it worse. It makes them aware of what's happening instantly. I honestly had no idea, and we just, like any good old new feature in MGS5, we try it out and it's fucked. So we need to get back to that guy. Now maybe this guy isn't alert enough that he's gonna check if I just call it on his head. Oh shit, the MCA boss fight. Fuck, there's a tape there. I can't look at him. Holy mother of God, though. Oh fuck, come on, really? So that's the other amazing thing, you can't really have the music play. Okay, let's see if he goes back, and now he hopefully investigates and radios in for the first regular strike. It's literally as if not just nothing happened, but the radio conversation happened instantly. Okay. Okay, MGS5. Okay. You're violating the DMCA. Ironically, even singing that song violates the DMCA. Are you gonna radio in? Yeah, you probably can't even sing the melody of a song. Yeah, he points this thing upwards because that's where it came from. That's silly enough in itself. He's not radioing in though, unlike the other guy. So I guess getting shot is not that big of a deal. By the way, his arm is clean. This is the same guy who came from there, right? Where's his blood stain? Oh well. So what we can do is see if we can trigger it again. By last time we did it with magazines, and I guess magazines are more of a big deal than getting shot. Okay. If he radios in for one thing, he should radio in for anything after that. Maybe something, I don't know. Okay. So you could use the chaff to speed up their conversations. Oh, fuck me. I don't believe it. Okay, now that he should be more suspicious overall, maybe. Now it says checked it out, it was nothing. Yep. See, this is the second call that we were getting earlier. I mean, if it cancels the call in progress, it just means that it successfully went through. It's like they telepathically communicate instantly when you do that. Alright, now that we have the chaff that lasts longer, and this guy should investigate and radio in about the chaff, maybe we'll have both calls. I think it's pretty much established now that it just makes the calls happen instantly. Radio. There you go. And it happened. He says, "I'll check it out." And then I checked it out. It's fine. Yep. There we go. Now that we have the chaff that lasts longer, my theory from observing the first guy doing this is correct. Both calls happen. We don't get to see it or hear it, but as far as they're concerned, they communicated. And the added plus is that we physically saw the enemy alert shift as a result of the call. That never should have happened. It's not that it didn't happen. It happened instantly. And so we saw the little notification on the left. Enemy entering alert, whatever. Even though that guy should not have been able to radio in. Okay, no, it's confirmed. 100%. Chaff just skips the dialogue, but not the consequences of the call. Fuck me, this game is fucked. Still interesting to go back and compare to the other games, but like I said, in 2 they notice that their radio isn't working and they shake it around. There's an animation for it, and more importantly, whatever they were going to radio about does not happen because they couldn't fucking radio in. In this game, it happens anyway. I am at a loss for words. I didn't know that there could be more that I could find so easily just by trying a new feature, you know? Kojima, top tier AI made by my team. Thanks, Kojima. You donated $1. You owe me the remaining $79,999,999 to remake this game. But thank you, that's a start. C4 maybe, yeah. That's the other thing. The Nikita and C4 and TNT. That's a good call. Well, it doesn't really. Oh, are you saying we should try that? All right. By the way, now we're delving into gameplay. So we could do this endlessly. We have diverged quite a bit. And we're going into because mission 1 again is when gameplay opens up. So if we were going by the missions, apologies, but like I said, mission 1 is where we get all these things to fuck around with. Kojima, fuck you. Oh, fuck you. You know this game's a mess. Anyway, to the actual person donating, who is probably not Kojima, thank you. Voskometo just subscribed. No, Vegas come too. I'm just pretending I don't see that. You're Voskometo now. Thank you. I don't want to see that. I'm pretending I'm oblivious to it. Because V is most definitely not come through. Voskometo, Romanian word. Yeah, I think you might want to pretend that's what your game is after we're done with this game, because yeah, I'd be ashamed. Anyway, Mother of God, why did we try the Chaff? Who started talking about Chaff? Are you still there? You're a hero. sir, for exposing this too. So now maybe we could just do this entirely through the chat's input, because one thing connects to the other. So the chaff connects to the C4, the radio connects to the chaff connects to the C4. We know that the Nikita, the sensors in MGS3, the TNT, and the radar in general are affected by chaff grenades. Again, I need to go back and double check it, but I seem to recall, maybe even Peace Walker, pressing the detonator, nothing happens with a chaff up. But this leads me to test not only that in this game, but tell you how the C4 is inherently fucked in this game, even if you don't do anything special to it. But in order to reveal that, we have to develop it, and mother of a fuck, we need 18 minutes. And then we're gonna need 36 minutes for the grade 4. You need to have enough C4. I mean, we can get a supply drop, but it won't be the same. I mean, it will be the same effect, but if you have the higher grade, there's the added insult that they give you enough C4 to glitch it in the first place. Right now, you could say, oh, you're going out of your way to get more when you shouldn't have more, whatever. I don't know why you would say that, because supply drops are a thing, but some people might say, oh, maybe it wasn't designed to do that. No. So if you have the higher grade C4, when you can carry more, it glitches itself without you even doing anything special, such as calling a supply drop. But for the purpose of the chaff, let's try the detonator with the chaff going on, and get a supply drop to just have more C4s. Shizzle with the 91. Konami sent us to hell, but we're going even deeper. That we are. No, Fat Man, because we haven't gotten to that mission. Right now, we're at mission 1, writing down everything wrong with the details, the scenes, the dialogue, and the gameplays when it first opens up in mission 1. So I'm just covering the chaff right now. I should have a separate thing between, you know, story details, mission progression, and gameplay. I know, but I'm just going by the order of what I usually do. Vehicles shouldn't be affected by chaff at all, so I don't know.
Be careful down there, boss.
Alright, so let's do something simple, such as... Wait, which one do I want to do first? Because there's always more than one fucked thing in this game. So let's get a supply drops just so we can have more C4. Oh god. Oh. So we can just naturally place a C4. Let's make a little line. You might think, what's wrong with this? Oh, nothing. But pretend I had a higher grade C4 where you can carry more. So let's just, you know, get more C4. Meanwhile, we can keep placing it. We are at 8 charges. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All good so far, right? Nothing to see here. Now we're gonna need some more C4. And remember, if I had a higher grade C4, I wouldn't need supply drops, but it's essentially the same thing. So 8, 9, and 11, 12. Let's count. Let's order some more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All good so far, right? What could possibly go wrong? I really wish I had a grade 5 or 6 or whatever C4. You can carry, like, what is it, 16 or something like that? Alright. I think this is where it's gonna get interesting now, because we're 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Oh, what's that? What's that? Because I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Count with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait, what? Did I skip one? Counting is hard, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And look over there. As I approach. Aha! Aha! Haha! Oh, I see. So the game, just like it only renders 12 guards, it seems like this game has a problem with rendering more than 12 things. It has a problem with number 12. And what's ridiculous to me is that the higher grade C4, he can carry, I think, more than 12. I think it's 16. So the game in itself, in the first place, gives you enough to fucking glitch it. But it's not over yet. Because it gets even worse. I mean, right now, yes, we can approach and we can see that only the C4 that's close to me actually gets rendered. Let's see if we can look back as we walk away and watch the C4 disappear. Yep. It's like Pac-Man. Delayed Pac-Man, I guess. Eating the C4. But, okay. This is already ridiculous, but we're not to the thick of it yet. It gets even worse. Because you might think, how do the other games cover this? How do they prevent that from happening? Well, they simply don't let you put any more C4 down once you place enough. I think it's 12 or 16 in MGS1. MGS2, you know, after you place enough, they tell you, you hear that little denied sound, and you can't place anymore. So the question is, why didn't this game do that? And to answer that question, we have to place down more C4. 17, 18, 19, 20. Be patient with me here, we need some more. Not that the game knows, right? Because there's only 12. Anyway. Yay. Yeah, if you put them closer, it would only render some, like, down to the pixels that you're close to, I guess. Oh, shit. Okay, so we're at 20 now that we know of. But the game only sees 12. So, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh. I'm starting to doubt if this is the way I remember it now, but let's keep going. So you're telling me there's a whole 12 C4s that we don't see right now? Yeah, they most definitely are. Yay. No, we gotta keep going. We're at 24 right now. Ish. So we go to the end of the string. 25, 6, 7. Come on, man. So what I remember is that there's both a render limit and a place limit. Which begs the question, why the fuck aren't they the same? So that they prevent this shit from happening. But we're at 30 now, and I'm starting to think maybe I remember wrong. Maybe there is no place limit. No, man, I remember it. Let's just see what happens, man. Maybe we'll start placing them together. Yay! Oh, there you go! Wait, no, I'm stupid. I ran out. I got a little too excited there. But notice how the more I place here, the more C4 disappears. I remember that having a limit too. Maybe I remember wrong. But for sure, we do have this rendering bullshit here. Which means if I place a whole bunch together instead of putting them in a line, look, as I put one down here, the one at the very top is gonna get eaten away. Oh, there you go. So I was right. So there is a place amount limit, and there is also a rendering limit. And God, why aren't they the same fucking number? Was it 32? 30? 32? So let's count. That's why it makes it even worse than the other games. Because the other games you have the place limit that supposedly would be also the render limit, right? Because so you don't run into this bullshit. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Bear with me here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. The ones behind me are gone. 16, but that's okay. We can keep counting. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Which, I don't know why they would pick 30, but... So you can place 30. Was it 31, 30? Don't confuse me, guys. Did I miss some? Was it 32? Did I not count these? Counting is hard, man. Oh, okay. I might have missed something. Okay, 32 makes a little bit more sense because it's. Oh, I put 3 on top of each other. Okay, that makes sense. Because it's. Oh, there you go. Yeah. This is 4. There's 2 here and 2 here. All right. 32 is a multiple of 4, so that makes a little bit more sense. And also, whatever power of 2. So. In bits, it makes sense, but what doesn't make sense is why the fuck can you place more that you can render? And again, if you have the higher grade C4, you don't even need to call supply draw for that. It's amazing because I think it goes up to 16, but you can only place 12. Yeah, we'll try to detonate them in a bit. I'm guessing the ones that are not rendered do not detonate. Again, why the fuck can you place more than you can render in this game? I could maybe understand if they didn't have a place limit, an amount limit at all. And it's just 12 and 12 is all that works. So, it naturally occurs this way. Alright. So, to detonate it, what we're gonna try is 2 birds, 1 stone. Yeah, it's probably cap for everything, but see, and 12 might be, because I know that it's only 12 guards that can be rendered as well, so we're gonna try it during the chaff. I want to call the chaff on my head. To see if it works like box maybe knocks you down. And this game is full of bullshit like this that basically the player shouldn't ever have to notice or see. Okay, that didn't do anything. And now we're gonna try to I forget what the button is.
Not good. Don't let your buddy die. Stay.
Oh shit.
I'm pulling him out of there.
It detonated all of them. That was 32 explosions. They're all gone. We fucked up the horse and the car. So, I don't know. But yeah, they cease to exist since they don't all explode at once. I guess that makes sense. When the first one detonates, the one at the other end gets rendered. But yeah, no, just by simply placing down C4, you can see that it's fucked. What if I started where the first C4 wasn't rendered? It doesn't matter. It's the order you place them in. But what I tried there was set them off during the chaff, and that didn't do shit. So we'll add that. C4 still detonates. I would have been perfectly happy with, well, I mean, of course, due to this game's bullshit engine and restrictions, and the fact that it's a PS3 game, you can't have more than 12. So the others are invisible. I honestly would have preferred that they just don't let you place more than 12, but okay. I mean, what they should have done is that you can see all of them, but of course, that's asking a lot. No, I'm actually kind of happy that they still explode when they don't render. That's okay. That's okay. What's silly is the trail of disappearing C4, that they give you more than the game can render with the higher grade C4. And you can recreate it by calling supply drops. So it's perfectly safe to assume that if you give the players 16 C4s, they would, you know, for fun, put them all down somewhere at the same time. And then when you reach 12, they start fucking disappearing. This is the kind of thing that, don't get me wrong, every game does this to save resources, to render only what's necessary. But when it's done right, the player should never notice. This is deliberately made so that the player has no choice but to notice if you use a higher grade C4. So, whatever. I guess they didn't really have time to test things. So, I lost count, but I guess we'll get to the limit. You're not supposed to have more than... Why does the game give me 16 if I can't play 16? Well, I can, but they don't render 16. The other games address this so easily by simply not letting you put more down than you can render. Not a bug. What reason? Holy shit. You needed a reason to do it? The problem is the amount. Well. I figured it would be some MGSV defense force. You're not supposed to do this. Well, what you're supposed to do, and think about what the player would do. I think that might be it. I don't know. I should have upgraded my support unit some more. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of intended because it's within the game's limitation. But the problem is that it's... Yeah, I would agree with calling it a sloppy oversight. That simply by giving the player enough C4s, more C4s than the game can render, you would notice this. I have lost count. Oh shit, that one disappeared. Oh fuck. Oh. Now it's down to the exact pixel that I'm covering. Oh shit, I accidentally ordered a supply drop. Airstrike. Good thing it's just chaff. Hey, that did nothing. Yes, that's how the other games do it. Once you reach the limit, you can't place anymore. I mean, what would be ideal is that if the limit is 32, there should be 32 that render. But of course, that's too hard, and that's the real problem. This game can't render more than 12 things. Yeah, you can shoot it. But I think once we have 30 here, which might be now actually. Nope. We're gonna see some pretty crazy shit happen. I would imagine the same thing happens with decoys. Yes, I would have to maybe, man, to make it easier, we have to upgrade all that shit. Now, 100% more lag. Oh, we can't. Oh, my R&D used to scrub. We can't do that. Guys, we took this side path of going after the radium chaff and now the C4. I would like to get back on track. I mean, it doesn't matter too much because these are all things that need to be covered anyway. I think that might have been, I don't know. I honestly have no idea what the count is. So we'll just keep going. That might have been it. So we need more to confirm that we can't put any more down. It's similar with enemies as well. There's 2 points where things get fucked. One is at 12. At 12 is when the gas people start appearing. But even in terms of gas people... Okay, there you go. There's a limit of gas people as well, which might be 24 or 32 at this point, judging by this. And that's when things get really fucked. So now it's down to the exact pixel that I'm covering close to. We should see some pretty crazy shit happen. Yep. So this kind of... Holy shit. Oh, so that's how you turn into a demon. I was wondering. There you go. So what's ridiculous is that the game inherently gives you more C4 if you do what the game tells you to do and update mother base, upgrade things, then the game can render. And so there's no way that you're not going to notice this if you use that. But you know what? Maybe I spoke too soon because there's so many things that are obvious to me that there's people who genuinely go through this game and be like, I haven't noticed a single bug. What are you talking about? The game is smooth. The movement is smooth. I haven't noticed any glitches. So just because you haven't noticed them, I'm sorry, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Anyway. Now, it's not a bug because it works as intended. The problem is that the intended way is bad. So, yeah, if you want to get nitpicky about semantics, maybe it's not a bug because they programmed it to work this way and it works this way. The problem is what the behavior that they put for this is silly in the first place. Of course, for limitations. Anyway, let's, I guess, witness... Yes, no, a bunch of these, I'll agree, they are not big issues. Just like it's not a big deal that in MGS2 the bottles get destroyed exactly where you shoot them. Who cares about that, right? But I find that it's the little things that give you an idea of overall what amount of care and attention to detail went into the game. Because it's no coincidence that when the little things are cared for, it means that the big things most certainly are. When the little things are not cared for properly, then there's a pretty good chance that the big things are also fucked. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. So, again, C4. So in terms of the chaff, so under the category of chaff, I wrote down that the C4 still detonates. Again, compared to the other games, I'm pretty sure, 100% sure, at least in Peace Walker. In Peace Walker, oh, that's the thing I was talking about, thinking about. In Peace Walker, you cannot call for supply drops, and you cannot detonate C4 when there's a chaff going on. In Peace Walker, at the very least. And yes, it doesn't matter. I like how you put it. It doesn't matter how minor these things are, because we're still looking at the big picture of the entirety of the series, and this game having no excuse for being the way that it is. So even if you tell me this shade of green in the grass is slightly wrong, if the other games had it right, I'm going to complain about that. I'm going to point that out. Simply because they did it right before, and they fucked it up now. Back in the day, the assumption was that if a sequel comes out for a game, it would have better features, better details, the same features, maybe even being expanded and improved on. Example, MGS1 to MGS2, prime example of that. And to lesser degree, MGS2 to MGS3, it kept, the holdups and expanded them, and all that. And then you get to this, and it's such a downgrade from everything else that it's ridiculous. This being a tiny part of it, I agree, it's tiny. But as long as it's something that they should have known and learned from the other games, that's a minus for me. Because maybe if it was the first game they ever made, but hint, it's the first open world game they ever made. Does that give it an excuse? Well, let's see. Is there another Kojima open world with completely fucked physics and vehicles and enemy collision and enemy AI and reactions? Is there? Up until that Stranding came out, we were left with the doubt, and maybe, give them some slack. It's their first open world game. They don't know what they're doing. And now, actually, that Stranding gives us a little bit more of insight on the Phantom Pain itself. Yeah, the battery's dying. Let me grab a wire. Because they still haven't learned shit from the vehicles, from the physics, from the enemy collision interaction, and oh god, man. So yeah, that's a good point. Not the first game they ever made, but it is the first open world game. But even the second one had many of the same problems. So I'm not really sure. And as we know, Kojima had. Well, actually, I haven't done too much research because honestly, I'm kind of sick of it. But isn't the consensus that overall Kojima didn't have as many limitations? I mean, he had a lot more freedom with that Stranding, right? Although apparently there's a director's cut now, because I'm glad Kojima came to terms with Kojima and letting Kojima release the game that Kojima always wanted to release before Kojima's interference. But still, I think we can agree that he didn't have as many constrictions and budgeting problems, maybe? I mean, the things, there's one or two things. Either he did have budgeting problems again, which means some very questionable choices in budgeting and marketing were made again, or he didn't have those problems, but the game's aspects that I talked about are still fucked. In which way there's no excuse for it. So it's one of those two. I honestly didn't do enough research to confirm whether Kojima had a problem with money and budget and release dates again with that Stranding. But I think it's pretty safe to assume that it wasn't as bad as with this, with Konami pushing it. So, okay. So this is looking at the whole thing. The previous games in the series, the other open world game that we have from Kojima, and this in the middle of it. I don't really know why, whatever. So does that mean that if I go... oh, but I guess they always render. That's some Dragon Ball energy bullshit there. That ball of red light. So can I go far enough that this thing doesn't render anymore? I wonder. I should have put it somewhere I could looked at it. I think it's pretty safe to assume it's... If I was there. Can we... Oh, maybe we can get up here. Oh, I see it. Oh. I mean, it's got to stop rendering at one point, right? Like everything. Probably, when is it that things stop counting at like 400 meters or something? Fuck, we don't have the horse because we kind of blasted him away. Oopsie. Do enemies notice C4? No. And I mean, they don't really ever do that except in MGS3 with the C3 with certain circumstances. Holy shit, I see this dust moving around and I don't know if it's the gas people. When you see something like this in this game, you might be you have to be concerned that it might be the gas people. You never know that. I thought it was the gas people coming to get me. And if you're wondering what the gas people are, well, I guess we'll do that too, but damn it, I got lost after the first mission, man. So we should actually, we're actually kind of going back closer to it. So we should have gone the other way. This sucks, but hey, this is the core MGS5 gameplay. There are a lot of amazing details that offset this little problems. Yeah, right now we kind of got dragged into doing little problems because the gameplay opens up in the timeline that I'm following. But just to give you an idea, we are covering what I do in the first mission. Although technically we don't have that much C4, so but what we started talking about in the first mission, that we need to get back on track after this C4 shit. I just want to get far enough away from it that it maybe doesn't render. And see what happens. What's the MGS5 project about? It's about getting the word out about everything that's wrong with this game to the world. Simply so I can link it to people when they argue with me and be like, watch this, then you can talk. Let's see. 500 meters, I'm pretty sure it doesn't render. 600 now. Fuck it. Let's keep going just to be sure. So, you might think I'm trying to detonate it now. But actually, what we're gonna try first is... Fuck, that should be enough. 700. Nothing fucking renders at 700 meters. Maybe a helicopter, that's it. The first thing we're gonna attempt to do, actually, is... Wait, I don't need to go back to do this. But I'm going to go back, see if it ceased to exist. See, if I can get off the horse and place more C4 now, okay. Then I guess it still exists. Can I detonate it? Okay. Wait a second. I can press this multiple times? What? Hold on. Hold up. Only a single one goes off. What the? Now we have to go back and see what's going on there. Yeah, I pressed that too many times, so we can definitely place one now. Yeah. I pressed that quite a few times. Hold on a second. Yeah, I didn't press it 32 times. But it's weird that I could keep pressing it, right? I don't think you can usually do that. Just keep going. You what? You want me to find the big things instead? I don't know if that's gonna work to your advantage. Oh, there it is. So, if you're too far from it, only one goes off. But if we're close, all of them go off. I have questions. And the one that I left in the distance there. There you go. I mean, this isn't the most nonsensical thing I've ever seen in gameplay, because trust me, there's wars such as explosive barrels only go off when you shoot them without the scope. If you shoot them with the scope, they don't go off. If you use a sniper rifle and you fucking use the scope to shoot a barrel, it doesn't go off. But if you don't use the scope, it goes off. Because, of course, that adds penetration, you know? Yeah, we can do that later, don't worry. So, it's not the most nonsensical thing I've ever seen, but damn. So, C4... God damn it, I need to write down everything that's wrong with the C4. Okay, so 12 renders, but 30 placeable. So it's disappearing. And more importantly, it's disappearing and reappearing, depending on the distance. And then, if too far, only one goes off. I wonder now, one big thing that once we actually look at the weapons instead of these just tidbits, I'm gonna go from one side of the map, the highest point, like I don't know, here, all the way down here, OKB0, and see if the C4 goes off, because the radio, I mean, I guess it would have that kind of range, because that's only like maybe a few miles, I don't know, but I'm curious to see what happens, because in the other games they give you an excuse as to why the range isn't that far, for example. But yeah, as you can see, since this is remote detonating and whenever there's distance involved, there's rendering issues in this game. This opens up a lot of possibilities, like with the vehicles, with enemy bases being on the other side of the map, moving or not rendering C4. So this is to go deeper into the weapons category. We'll do that. But let's get back on track for now. It never ends with this game. So we tried two new things, the chaff and the C4, the distance, and we found nonsense in both of them. Go figure. But yeah, I'm having that MGS3 TNT call in mind, where they address the range of the TNT. And it works. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure it disappears when you return to the ACC. Unlike the mousetrap in MGS3, you know? All the guns account have stuff like C4. I mean, pointing out all the bad gun details at MGS5, I mean, pretty much I could just post a picture of the MGS5 disc or logo or whatever, just say pretty much the entirety of this. Everything in MGS5 is wrong about guns, so but yeah, maybe the more peculiar ones, like the 45 caliber revolver. Holy lag, because you know, fuck, where is it? It's somewhere. Oh, there it is. 45 caliber revolver. I have questions. Or the Soviet 556 rifle in the 80s in Afghanistan. You know what NATO is? Yeah, me neither. So yeah, let's move on, please. So let's go back to our mission list. Yeah, there's no single action army in this game, of course. And holy mother of a fuck, getting back on track. Phantom Limbs. So I'm gonna put these in brackets, this Chaff and C4 business, because it doesn't really belong to this mission, but we diverged from there. What actually does belong to this mission, so we're now at the point where I would get close to the initial outpost. We get all those interruptions from Ocelot. We counted no less than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 interruptions if you try to listen to tapes at this point. There's probably more. And then I would start messing up with guys. I would hold them up, disarm them, shoot their radio. Chaff and C4 don't really belong here, but they relate to the radio. So the next thing that's wrong with this mission would be that we get to... Well, should we include the thing where Kaz dies? I guess it's kind of a detail, but then you get a checkpoint and he's alive. Whatever. We don't really... doesn't... That would be really nitpicky, because otherwise you would be stuck in an endless loop. Although with this game's details, I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. So you wait 100 hours, you get to Kaz, he's dead, and you get to continue, and then it's still been 100 hours, and then you go there and he's alive. But if they didn't do that, you'd be endlessly stuck in a loop of game overs. So I guess that's by design, you know? So we'll leave that alone. But what actually happens... What? There's more time traveling in Phantom Limbs, is there? Feel free to tell me, whatever, man. So when we get to the part where we encounter the skulls... We gotta do this, man. I can't just tell you guys about it. We gotta do this. And I'm sure there's a million other little bugs. Like, it's not consistent. One time I was able to literally run through them. Like, in their face, clipping through them. And they left me alone, but it's not very consistent. Oh, so... with the encounter... two things happen. One, they tell you to go away from them. So naturally, what any able-minded human does at that point in the game is run the opposite way. Does that make sense? They tell you to get away from something, so you run away from it, like the opposite way instead of towards it. Does that make sense? Unfortunately, that's when we discover the mission areas. You can't do that. So, yeah. Oh, God. Can we get D-Horse, please? Oh, I guess D-Horse is he forced here? Because you don't start from the helicopter. I haven't done this mission in this New Game Plus in a while, if you can call it New Game Plus. Or second time. So this is where we discovered the amazing details that the mission areas provide. Because, you know, they couldn't have landed the helicopter literally anywhere else that way. So when I did that, I ran the opposite way and I aborted the mission. Yes, the mission area problem with the mission area is just ridiculous, of course. I had to sit through the tutorial, man. Maybe I should have done this. But this is kind of like the biggest final best thing about this mission, so I guess we'll do it. We can just talk about it. We had to go through this bullshit, though.
See Wandy on the map? That's where they're keeping Miller. Only problem is we don't know his exact location. Finding it is your first...
Yeah, I know you can get a call, but it's not... Oh. Wait, you mean right now?
Or should I say, your int scope?
Wait a second. Oh, that's right, you can skip it, but maybe we don't want to. Hold on. That's right, that's right. You
Look
can...
through your binoculars.
Where...
See the village?
Oh.
Straight ahead. Something there? I don't hear any aircraft. To the right.
Wait. Oh, he aggresses if you're looking up, right? So, don't I need to be looking at this thing?
Take a look through your binoculars.
Is there one like settled down somewhere? Hold on, I didn't know about this. This is the other beautiful thing about this, is that I get input from you guys as well.
Take a look through your binoculars.
Shut the fuck up. Wait, how? Oh, I see. They don't give you
Take a look through your binoculars.
the radio prompt yet, but I hear the sound effect.
To the right. To the right.
I think maybe it's not time to get radio calls yet, so maybe that's why.
To the right.
He just wants me to look for now.
All right. That's the village.
No, after he...
Something through the
The problem is if you do it after he leaves, it almost makes sense. The point is to do it while he's standing right next to you.
binoculars and you need more information.
Now he's letting me call.
I'll tell you anything I can about it.
So, if I look at the Raven now... Ha ha ha! There it is.
So this is Raven territory. I heard once that some indigenous peoples in Canada and Alaska deify the...
No! Okay, this is just like the time when you meet Quiet and you call Ocelot. And he's right there in front of you. And... oh.
Take a look through your binoculars.
Stat man. That's amazing. We are now up to
Take a look through your
4
binoculars.
time traveling Ocelots that I'm aware of. Okay, so before we get to this skull encounter, we need to add...
Take a look through your binoculars.
Raven time traveling Ocelot.
Take a look through your binoculars.
I cannot. Is it not working again? Damn it, can I only do it once? Kind of a short call, so I wanted to do it multiple times.
Take a look through your binoculars.
Oh, there you go. Maybe, no, that's just a marking. Wait. Did it fucking...
Look directly at the village and press the call button.
No, shut up. Oh, I guess you can only do it once, huh? Holy shit, man, this is fucking gold. Because I usually sit here and explain a lot of shit, like... Look at the recaller of D-Horse, never to be seen again, down to the mane. Every single strand of hair in its mane. Okay, so we need to move... forward, but... Okay, so we can only
Look directly
do
at
it
the village and
once,
press the call button.
it seems. It's the exact same business as when he's in front of you in quiet cell, and he answers the radio, but he's right in front of you, and his lips don't move, of course. So I added that. Thank you, Stepman. So there's like 2 or 3 Ocelots in this game, I guess. Let's get to...
Can't have much left.
As if you listen carefully, he Fultons himself, and the horse is never to be seen again. And now the music maybe starts. Where the game pretends that it has music. But anyway, let's just get here. Somebody give this man a sub. Step man. That's pretty big, man. Because I always talk about 3 Ocelot time travels. Now we're up to 4. Am I even going the right way? I don't know. We'll find out. I cannot with this game. An open world game where what happens around the player should be, you know, real time, noticeable, and you can interact with. Oh, we'll add this to his bitching. Almost at the outpost. Just to make a quick cut of why you don't listen to tapes during gameplay. A real hero. Indeed, a real hero. Thank you so much for giving me a sub, stat man. Of course, there's a complete detachment from the different planes of existence. Yes, yes. I'm telling you, it makes me physically ill to be in the gameplay of this game. It's so detached from anything else, from reality, from what's supposed to be going on, from the tapes, from the radio, from the scenes that's supposed to happen. Jesus, what the fuck, man? This is the core gameplay here. Yeah. Now I'm not gonna delete the stream. We should be okay with that. But more importantly, I've taken like 3 pages of notes already. So this is just a rough going through the game to take notes. And then everything will be organized and cut into little pieces and videos and clips and spliced together with comparisons from the other games and blah blah blah. Towards the beginning of the stream, and for the most part, I just sat down and talked about what happens in each mission and what the nonsense is in the gameplay. Didn't actually do it because it would take too long. But there will be video clips of every single thing that I've wrote down today. Okay, so we actually want to do is just get to Miller, get to the skulls, and best feature of Death Stranding is when your vehicle gets stuck, suddenly you get a button prompt to jump. And your vehicle starts bouncing around like Sam is having sex in there. Probably one of his boxes. Okay, that's annoying. When you stand up like that, we'll talk about the controls not being fluid at all and the movement being a pain in the ass, but some other time. Oh well. And not particularly giver of fucks right now, so. But we do have to wait this out, so I think it's faster to get a checkpoint. Hey Shinwei, thanks for the sub. Who knows, maybe, just maybe we'll feature some footage from the actual stream. Like if there's something like, what the fuck just happened there? That I can get consistently, that we happen to see here. But specifically this footage isn't for the video, it's for taking notes and making sense of it all. Colossal fish for the 56, thank you. This also reminds me how checkpoints work in this game. That window. Checkpoints and the way things render are fucked too. But now is not the time to talk about that. Now the horses and the guards don't give a shit about horses because there's no horses in this game. We have the only horse in the world. They don't know what it is.
Secure the target. I'll send the chopper to get you out. Make your way to the RV. You can check the location on your iDroid.
I want to pick him up, not reload. Fucking one button for everything. What is this? Metal Gear Solid Mobile. The same problem with that game.
You look well. Age hasn't slowed you down one bit.
Strongbow 84, thanks for the 10 months. Yeah, that was a nice shot, but I mean, it was like 2 yards, so
Boss.
not impressive.
9
Right?
years to hear him. Kept you waiting, huh?
Yeah.
Save for all time's sake. Kept you waiting, huh?
Yeah. Totally.
It's really you, Snake. All these years without you. I knew this day would come.
Totally me. I know it's been 9 years, but it's not kind of exactly the kind of thing you forget, that you see a guy with a fucking horn in his head from, you know, shrapnel from being an explosion next to you. Oh well. And what's funny, they specifically tell him too. What about him? He looks some shrapnel to the head. And now he thinks it's Big Medic, or Big Boss, I guess.
Gotta look ahead. There's something I want to show you.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
I guess I should write that down. Where should we write that down? Miller horn blindness.
On station at LZ.
That's what we'll call this concept very sloppily, but we'll explore more.
Ahab, do you read me? This is B-Quad. There's a gas covering the LZ.
Somebody farted.
Pulling back.
Gas.
Boss, I farted.
Boss,
Okay,
whatever that mist is,
so
it's all around you.
I should have taken a note of where this thing is. Oh, we get it on the. There's 2 of them even. Ah, maybe we need to check the other one too. Okay, now maybe because we had the better intel team, we have the dumpster on the map. So, so first problem. Ocelot tells me to run away from these guys. So naturally, like I said, every able-minded human being would go that way. Not towards them, you go away from them. Does that make sense? And that's what I did on my first playthrough. So we're gonna do that, because we're told to go away.
Mission area. You're not giving up, are you?
And... oh, we open world now. I'm running away, Ocelot. Can you get the helicopter, like, literally anywhere else? Here? Okay, bye. Mission complete, and how, right? We got out with Miller. And, there's a barrier. Damn, goes on quite a while.
Where are you? Have it your way. Mission aborted.
Oh my god. That was Miller! No! Fuck! Ah. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Save me. Holy shit, send help. I can't. I didn't even know. I was not prepared for this. So, I guess this is a byproduct of the fact that we did this mission already. Holy shit. Now we need to check if... where the fuck am I? Oh my god! I'm... oh, of course. We are not restarting the mission or getting a checkpoint. We are out in the field now. The entire thing is shot. And of course now there's people here. Holy fuck. Okay, no, this is heavy. Because, man, you have to do that shit every time just to do that. Just to hear that. Is there no checkpoint reloading when you leave the mission area? You're forced to just be outside the mission area and in free roaming? When you first play the game, you get a game over, and I'm pretty sure you get Ocelot. All your radio conversations are Ocelot. Because Miller is not there yet for obvious reasons. But wait, no! No, I don't want to do that. Holy shit. Literally tie me to a wild horse. I'd rather than do that. Okay. So, but if you replay the mission, at least for the game over from leaving, we get Miller, because Miller is now safely on base, and well, he's on your back. And I'm pretty sure that was a reused Ground Zeroes line as well, from when you leave the Ground Zeroes mission area, right?
Take out your eye droid.
Excuse me, I'm fucking dying here. I think I knew what I was getting myself into, but there's more, man. There's always more.
Take a look at your eye droid.
Yeah, now we're gonna try all sort of things.
That's where they're keeping Miller.
Replaying this mission, man.
His exact location. Finding it is your first.
You think they keep in mind that Miller is not supposed? What?
Got your binoculars, or should I say your int scope? See the village?
Okay, wait. We need to add this. Before the encounter. Replaying. And we're gonna call this concept Magic Miller. Holy mother of a fuck, this game. Hold on. Here's a newly discovered thing. Wait. First we need to do this.
Alright, that's the village. If you see something through the binoculars and you need more information, just give me a call. I'll tell you anything I can about it.
Yeah, tell me.
So this is Raven territory. I heard once that some indigenous peoples in Canada and Alaska deify the common raven as a totem.
Yep. That's amazing.
Have much left at
Not even gonna say anything. So Miller is being held prisoner, and I'm now going to leave the mission area. There's no need to get the skulls, I guess. I guess it's more ridiculous if Miller is physically on your back when he says things, but we know that he's being kept prisoner right now. So, wait, actually before we do that, because that's gonna set me in free roaming again, what if I just fucking kill myself? Get a good old game over.
Boss, come in. Boss? Boss!
Okay, that's Ocelot. But maybe we just randomized it.
We don't know Miller's exact location, so you'll need to do a little intel gathering first. Take a look around Vialo Village.
Holy shit. Oh no. I can't die now. I have to heal myself. Son of a bitch. Because you can't throw any more grenades now. Turns out there's a lot more than I thought. Fucking kill me.
Hey, quit kidding around. Snake? Snake!
Okay, so we got Ocelot again. Maybe we're on a good streak of luck. Maybe they actually thought about it, or rather kept it from the first time you played the mission.
Take a look
Hey, Crimson Fox, thanks for the 31 months.
It's a serious injury. Find cover and use first aid.
That's still Ocelot. Is this grenade gonna go off sometime this year? Please? There you go.
Hey, quit kidding around.
Okay.
Snake? Snake!
I think it's safe to assume that those two Ocelot game over screens are all we get.
Sound. Keep all
But,
your enemy senses in
just in
mind.
case, one last one.
Stay low and move slowly. If you stand up and run around, you'll make it easier for them to spot you.
The grenade took a long time because we were injured, and that slows down time.
Hey, quit kidding
Okay,
around.
okay. We'll give it a pass for the game over screen. However, for the leaving the mission area screen,
Principle of infiltration is hiding your entire presence. Includes not making any unnecessary noise. When you want to move quietly, walk slowly or crawl.
shut up. Miller is being held prisoner. But let's leave the mission area. Because, you know, open world with mission areas, of course.
You're leaving the mission area. You're not giving up, are you?
Where are you? Whoa! Have it your way. Mission aborted.
You know what that means? We have to try it on a fresh save. We had to try it when Miller is definitely not a mother base, even if there's a fucking body double there. He can steal a fucking radio or something. So can I take the mission from here with the stupid ass terminal thing? Maybe. Yes. I think I've done that. I mean, obviously, maybe it was just a warning. Because leaving, there's also the fact of whether it changes when you get Miller. Probably doesn't. No, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Okay, so that just starts the mission again right away, which is amazing for our purposes.
Kazuhira Miller is being held.
Yes, yes, shut up.
Can't have much.
I want to see if it's just one line. Seems like it. We got it twice now, but just like the game over, we gotta give it a few attempts. Rincon, thanks for the 15 months. Spaiku with 19 months. Crimson Fox with 31. Thank you. Might have thanked you already, but whatever.
You're leaving the mission area. You're not giving up, are you?
Abandoning the mission.
Oh.
Maybe you're not the big boss we hope for.
Oh, so we do get Ocelot as well. Dude, that means that they fucked up. That means that there's a very real possibility that Miller might appear even on a fresh save. Because maybe that one time that I did get Ocelot was just randomized Ocelot. We have... Okay. Write this down. Fresh save. Where did I write this? Miller. Magic Miller. Try. Fresh. Save. Okay. Magic Miller. Wait, I don't need to go back to the ACC. We can actually... The one time that this feature is useful. If I can find it here.
Kazuhira Miller is being held in Dawan. You can't have.
Yes, yes. Okay. I guess it's only those 2 lines that you get for abandoning the mission. Where are you? And abandoning the mission? Where are you is amazing.
You're heading outside the mission area.
Let's see if there's a Miller line for that too. So far we got Ocelot as well. Maybe it doesn't repeat. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay.
Boss, why did you abandon the mission?
There's 2 Miller lines. So there's, where are you? And why did you abandon the mission? Oh, no, 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 no. Kazuhira Miller subbed from his cell where he's been held in. You know, because if he can radio us and see that we abandoned the mission area, certainly he could sub to the channel. Thank you. We have to try this on a fresh save. But I guess we'll actually do the thing that we set out to do. See how there's always more in this game. I just can't. It just keeps on giving. The wrong kind of thing, but it keeps giving. So let's actually go towards them now. What's the purpose of this? I'm taking notes to make the ultimate MGS5 bullshit video. And then every time somebody comes here to tell me MGS5 is a great game, I simply advise that they watch the video first and then talk to me. I just want to see people defend this game after you know everything that I know and seen everything that I've seen. Plus, we're finding more today. Because that wasn't enough, apparently.
I give him 3 days, Todd.
Because there's so many people out there like, I didn't see any glitches, man. Best gameplay, 10 out of 10. Oh, man. Anyway, let's get there. Man, I'm at a loss of words. I mean, again, the last 3 things that we tried that are new, the C4 thing, the Chaff, the radio. Oh, well, not really the radio, but the Raven thing. Holy shit. The first 5 minutes of the first mission, and I already found more things. And I already thought I had a pretty good list, you know? I'm tired of just sitting there rambling for hours every time he tells me what's wrong with MGS5, so just give him a link. Gonna be a insane amount of work to put it all together, but it will be worth it.
Start with some recon. Is there anywhere that overlooks the village? Anytime you need advice, just give me a call.
The prologue, I just did things off the top of my head. I wrote them down, and yeah, the first thing we went through was mission 0. I'd like to see, what's that subreddit, Never Be Game Over, have a day with this, you know? Oh my god, there's 2 Millers. There's like 3 Ocelots and 2 Millers. Obviously that means something. Could it be that the game is a fucking piece of shit of mess? No, man. Obviously Kojima intended all of this. There's a higher meaning. I can tell you. And I'm crying too much from this. I gotta blow my nose. Give me a second. I'll mute my mic, don't worry. tears. I had tears. I haven't laughed that hard at this game in a while now. I thought we were done with most things. God only knows how much more there is. Yeah, that's the thing that the game always hides behind. Oh, maybe it's supposed to be shit, you know? Do you really think they left Kaz telling you to destroy your own anti-air guns as a part of the Phantom Pain message project? Do you really think every intel file in the game has a picture of Kaz on it because they reused the first intel file about his mission? Because Kojima wanted you to feel the Phantom Pain? Or was it a little maybe oversight because this game's development was literal hell? Did Kojima intend to have Ocelot talk about what Skullface says in Point of Death 2 missions before it happens? Did Kojima intend for you to feel the Phantom Pain by looking around OKB0 and seeing that there's Diamond Dogs containers in it with Diamond Dogs logo? Oh yeah, the window thing, that happens when you start the game. That's another thing that we gotta cover. Just general gameplay nonsense. When you destroy something, even though you reload the game or checkpoint, it stays destroyed. You can exploit that quite a bit.
You look well.
I don't really want to get a game over now. Oh wait, if we get a game over, we just get to continue here. We don't have to do the mission again, so... I don't think it's gonna change anything, honestly, whether we have Miller or not. It's not gonna update anything in real time. So I doubt that we'll get Miller game over screen here. It is always satisfying to blow up Big Medic, though.
Boss, come in.
Yeah.
Boss! Boss!
Did we get that from Ocelot earlier? Did it change? See that? Whatever we just destroyed there, it's gonna say destroyed after a reloaded checkpoint. Maybe this table or chair? The table. No. The chair did clip through though. Oh, these crates. Fuck. Guess we can't reach them. How about these crates? Oh wait, no, these are not destroyable. God damn it. Is there anything that can be destroyed here? We already destroyed whatever was in here, I guess. So if I reload... Imagine if you kill Miller and you get Miller to tell you mission failed. And you see it's already destroyed. We'll cover that later, whatever. I don't know why. I need to... Yay!
Boss, come in. Boss!
Literally every other Metal Gear game. I think it's safe to assume that for the game over screen they covered it as just leaving the mission area. Miller, I'm really curious to try it on a new save. Let's just stop doing this now because I think we covered it enough. Because I originally set out to point out another problem with this. The most glorious one. Still, even though that's pretty big. That Miller fucking comes back from dead or whatever. Tell you you missed, you left the mission. No, you can never fault on him. Even with whatever wormhole. You can definitely soft lock the Code Talker mission by faulting too many zombies.
Magic words, boss. I've Been waiting 9 years to hear.
We've been at this for 4 hours now, and we're at the first mission.
Save for old time's sake.
Amazing. I will not say it. Not this time. Oh, Siri with the 41. Thank you. Let's trigger these here. Let's not run out of the mission area. I don't believe it. Like, I just wanted to show that one thing. And fucking Miller in the abandoned mission screen on my shoulders. Or even before you fucking rescue him. That's the amazing part. Okay. So, what I actually want to do is go to this course. Because this could be a legitimate strategy, you know? Because you're told to keep Miller safe. What if you wanna, I don't know, hide him somewhere? Nope. Holy shit, that jump. Alright guys, let's keep Miller safe here while we get away or something. And say that you're off, you want to fight the skulls by yourself, you don't want Miller around, right? Oh. What's going on? You hear gunfire in the background?
You know where you're headed, boss? If you place a marker on the map, you can keep track of where you want to go, even when the map's closed.
So I'm gonna do a few calls here, see if we can get any Miller calls. I don't know if there's even any.
Head for the RV.
Shouldn't
Chopper's
be.
waiting. Head for the RV.
Probably not.
Chopper's waiting.
Hold on.
Head for the RV. The chopper's waiting.
Hold on a second. Please tell me there's no Miller for this. Okay. You know, usually when you destroy those, you get a call for Miller. Still gunfire in the background. I'm still wondering if there's, because now it's like anything's possible if they did that one thing. But again, the main thing we wanted to do is whatever the hell's going on over there. Oh man, is it the guy in the house? That's, yeah. That this actually is in a good position. But I guess maybe you can go around. So I don't know what's more impressive. The finger outside the trigger guard. The infinite rounds. Or the fact that he's shooting the wall. Usually they shoot this, but we can move them around. At least, I guess, whatever this selector doesn't make any fucking sense, man. Because if the lever moves that other way, where there's space for it, it wouldn't move towards the dots. But okay, so the E, I believe what they try to recreate here is maybe an HK selector. I don't know, whatever German word E for semi-auto, maybe. I don't know, maybe somebody knows. It looks like they try to recreate that, but I mean, this lever looks to me like it would move this way. There's like a slot for it here. Okay, you guys know, of course. So yeah, HK selectors are like that with German guns. So it's not, the markings are not wrong, but the lever seems to be all over the fucking place, man. Whatever. Finger outside trigger guard. Infinite ammo, no recoil. So we can, believe it or not, it gets even better, because if we do this and leave, the F, again, it's a German word, but you know, S and F could be safe and full, whatever, close enough. It's the E that definitely stands out. So now they moved, they're outside, and the gun is gone. It gets even better because the gun is gone. So now it really is impressive. And since, remember, his finger was out of the trigger guard, now it looks like he's pointing his finger and firing from it. So, this is the amazing AI and attention to detail and environment that you get in this game. Yeah, you get damage if you stand in the way. They have no fucking idea, but they're damaging me. It's an MGSV reference, of course. Barlow with the 57 months. King Tiger 5 and 8 months. Thanks, guys. So yeah, as you can see, they accurately accounted for the environment that you're in and what the player interacts with, what Miller is, and yeah. So one thing that we'll find out if we analyze the different skull encounters is that they have basically no fucking idea where they are at any time, because their AI is kind of like a Roomba, where they keep going until they hit an obstacle. And then they learn that that obstacle is there, although sometimes they don't. And then they just continuously run into the walls, they continuously run into and jump across things when they encounter an obstacle, or to turn the other way or try to shoot, whatever. So they're never made for any specific environment. Their AI tells them, bang your head against the wall until you find an obstacle, wherever you are. And that's why we see them repeatedly shoot the walls, or shoot through the walls, or run into the walls, or jump through the walls. The Roomba AI, it's probably, yeah, better, actually, to be fair. So they have no idea that there's a dumpster there. They only know that Miller is there, and they shoot him, because the idea here is that if you leave Miller alone, they're programmed to kill him instantly. And that's what they're trying to do here. So they completely lose sight of where I am or anything else is going on. They don't know that there's a dumpster there, and they're just trying to shoot Miller. As for why the gun disappears after you hit him a little bit, I have no fucking idea, man. That's just fucking ridiculous. So, yeah, we can kill him right now. Finger bang got a sub. Anonymous sub. Thomas 404 with 70 months. I subbed in September 2014. Have friend of your channel and looking for information about Phantom Pain. Can't believe it's been nearly 6 years. I know, man. And here we are, still finding things about this game. So, I'm not just telling you that the AI is broken, because you really have to go in other games. Somebody was saying, oh, but you can break the AI in any game, whatever. Well, in other games, you really have to go out of your way to break the AI, know what glitch you're doing and what's going on, and usually you have to maintain it by doing something, or, you know, you really have to go out of your way if you want to glitch something in MGS2 or 3 or whatever. In this game, something that is intended as a gameplay action, such as putting Miller in the dumpster, results in this. Example, in MGS1, you can have a glitch where Snake is immortal and you have like infinite ammo for everything that you use when you speedrun, and even though you can only carry 0 ammo of something, it still works. It's a fucking mess. But to do that, holy shit, to trigger that, I know how to do it, but I don't know to do it. I know the theory behind it, but I can't physically do it. Because you have to do something crazy like look at an explosion in first person while you're on the ground and spamming buttons in all different directions or some shit like that. It's a trick that speedrunners use. I know of it, but I don't know to do it physically, because I never attempted. I don't really care to. But something as simple as gameplay mechanic of putting the body of whoever you're carrying into the dumpster, which could be a legitimate thing, you know, if you want to protect him or something, results into this. And maybe if you think this is the only thing, need I remind you, we are in the first fucking mission with actual gameplay. Pretty soon you'll discover that every single mission is something like this, and most of these things I noticed by playing naturally. Playing naturally led me to discover things that led me to experiment things. So yes, there's a little more than you would normally encounter, but for me, most things, I just wanted to play the fucking game, man, like everyone else when it came out. And this is the state that this game is in. That is the reality of things. So pretty much every single encounter with the skulls is glitched and bugged, and there's some lack of attention to detail. I mean, at the end of the day, it eventually comes down to they didn't think that the players would maybe try this, and they didn't program the AI or the environment to react to it. So, oh, but you're not supposed to. So you're telling me that I can only play the way that I'm supposed to in this big open world game that sells itself as by having different means of doing things, different gadgets and different approaches. Now we're getting somewhere. Now you're telling me that I can only do what I'm supposed to. You know why? Because I didn't have time to program anything else that you could do. That's why. So yes, at that point, fuck off with the open world, give me a linear game and give me a linear experience with good characters, cutscenes, music, controls, and things. So you're telling me how I'm supposed to play the game. How's that gonna work out for you? I think pick any game or any channel, anything, it'll tell people how they're supposed to play. Oh man. course, this game falls short of anything that you try or explore. It's funny because they try to account for it. When the player leaves, have the skulls track down wherever Miller is and shoot him. So there you see a glimpse. You see a glimpse of trying to account for the player's actions. But that's the sadness of it. If they didn't account for it at all, maybe it would be more consistent. Like if the skulls just kept chasing me, it would make more sense. Jesus Christ, what did I just read? Alright. Actually, no. You know what? You know what? I'm not gonna ban him. Sorry, Curly Fries. I'm going to unban you. Sorry. No. Let's unban that guy. Can somebody please unban him? I want him around. Because it's good to have a different opinion, you know? Let's keep him around. Let's not simply ban him because he doesn't agree. Sorry, Curly Fries. You're more than welcome to stay because I want you to defend the rest of the 50 missions in this game because you haven't seen anything. So, I mean, it's probably gonna leave anyway, but whatever. I want you to stay and defend the rest of the things that I point out. See, it's people like this, and then you get a sub too, man. Welcome aboard. I want you to stay. It's people like this who need to go through the entire thing that we're hopefully making very slowly and painfully. But yes. Hey, you got a sub out of it instead of a ban. That's pretty good to me. Thank you, anonymous subgifter. Again. The game was marketed as an open world where you can do whatever you want, but it breaks as soon as you start following the path. The intended path. Pretty much. I didn't even do anything crazy like, I don't know, button combinations, open this, program glitch this, look there, jump here. No, I use a goddamn button prompt in the game. I don't know what he says in Steon Ban. Oh. It saddens you that there's people who hate MGSV. Well, it saddens me that there's people who are not aware of how much of a fucking mess this game is because you haven't played the rest of the series and can draw a comparison. That's what saddens me. But I will agree with you, maybe in one thing, that the world was a better place before this game came out because it created so much, again, like you said, hate and distrustfulness in the developers and fucking joke that this game is, and a lot of resentment, a lot of venom, you could say, a lot of ill feelings and torturing the community with this game's many shortcomings. So this game was supposed to be the next big thing since MGSV, you know, and this is what we get. I'm sorry that you had to physically be sad about it, but I'm also very sad about this game. Believe you me, I am very sad. I'm a person who grew up playing Metal Gear games, and we have experience and standards, and not trying to be like uptight about it. It's just simply a matter of fact that I wrote pages and pages and we're on the first fucking mission of everything that the other games do better, that this game is fucking ridiculous with. But yes, I want, at the end of the day, you can agree, you can disagree, but what I do want is the people to see what I've seen, so you can make your own mind. You think this is not a big deal? Okay, there's a million other things. What the fuck do we do now, anyway? Oh shit. Okay, you know, so when I trigger them like this, okay, that guy's getting banned though. I gave a second chance to Curly Fries, but not that guy. I thought I needed to leave again to do this, but apparently not. So we kill that guy, and now we're all... Oh, we're not just standing around, we're moving. So did it unlock itself because I'm close to Miller now? I think they're actually attacking me. Yep, at least they're trying. They don't know there's walls there, but they're shooting the walls. So if I leave, that triggers them to go to Miller. Yep. Yep. Here we go again. This guy, this... Ooh, they moved. Holy shit. Did that fix them? Okay, I don't know why, but now it's behaving a little differently. I think you're able to just kill them all there. Hey, maybe we fixed the AI, guys. Maybe it was patched. Maybe that guy who was complaining about it just patched it. Wait, what? I don't know how they move there, but... Ooh, something's moving now. They're not terribly aware of my presence, though, until I run up to their face. But you see, this is the inconsistency to me. Like, if you account for the player leaving and have the skulls instantly find Miller and shoot him, why don't you account for Miller not getting hit by those shots, being there being an obstacle or something? Because they have no fucking idea, and this is really what it comes down to. They have no fucking idea what environment they're in. That's the core of this problem here, and that is, to a lesser extent, observed normally, even during normal fight with them, when you fight them normally. Yes, you can throw mags in their heads. Oh shit, the line of fire shifts a little bit. Nice. We can also, I think... Yep. It seems to trigger when I go in there for some reason now. Oh, Bluey, I think you're onto something. But that would explain more, like, why they don't have the gun after you damage them. Look at that gun moving around. Hold on. Yeah, you can pull from them. Yeah, that's how you get parasites for your parasite suit. Dude, I wonder if there's like a guard or something there, or another skull. Can I hit him? So Bluey is onto something here, explaining why... Hold on, let's reset them. Hello? Oh, I just... So when you hit them enough times, they kind of get... they get damaged and they stagger a little bit. And then they have a model where, you know, the part of their body is missing. Of course, all of these guys, I look at their, like, serial numbers here. They're all the same. It literally says serial number, but if you look at all of them, they're all the same, just copy and paste it. I would expect no less from this game, but anyway, because, you know, who the fuck makes different serial numbers on models of enemies? Who would notice that, right? Oh wait, MGSV does. Anyway, let's not even go there. So what happens is that once I destroy a part of his body, maybe, there you go, his arm. Okay, now they get reset. So the model with the body destroyed anywhere does not have a gun as a part of it. So I guess that's it. Hold on, let's kill this guy and then Oh shit, they're so close together now though. I'm gonna wanna get one guy with his gun out to reset without hitting them. Oh, that's late. He doesn't even have his little machete out. Okay, that was weird. Okay, so that guy's reset. He's not hurt. So he should have the gun out when I leave.
They'll catch up to you on foot. Use your horse.
Really? Don't think so, Ocelot. For some reason, I don't think it's gonna catch up to me, you know? Okay. So the gun is back because this guy isn't damaged. If I hit him a little bit, can I strip their asses off? Let's see. Yes, you can strip their asses off. Nice. So now that he's a damaged model, he doesn't have a gun anymore. Oh man, that's amazing. I shot his ass off. Oh, this reset. For some reason, it resets when you go there now. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on, man. So, I think once we get this last guy, we'll move on, because there's a lot more. Oh, man. So, I shot his ass off, which is amazing. Alright, fuck it. They really don't have that much health. Like, another thing you can do is just throw a couple of grenades. Miller talking from the dumpster. Amazing. Yeah, I get it, Bluey. Yeah. The gun is part of their model. Except they forgot it for the second model. What is one thing that is near perfect with little to no flaws? You mean in this game? In the series? In general? Context, man. Although this is the second time we're doing this mission, we can actually move the LZ, so we can just wait here. Alright, my favorite game and the most perfect game are not the same. Because my favorite game is MGS2, but the game that most closely approaches perfection is MGS1. And those two are my top two, in that order. Objectively, MGS1 is closer to perfection than MGS2 is, but I still prefer MGS2 because of the intrinsically much deeper meaning behind it that they tried to, at least. So you can be objective about that. We can say MGS1 is a little closer to perfection than MGS2 is, but the things that MGS2 sets out to do are completely on a different scale that nothing else even remotely comes close to. And so that is a much more ambitious and important goal to me. But MGS1 is the closest thing there is to fucking perfection in this series. With maybe some of the things you can complain about is that there isn't too much guard interaction or actual sneaking. But although the integral version kind of addresses that a little bit with the different guard patterns, MGS3 isn't even in my top 3, man, or top 4 maybe. So MGS3 is not even close, but I really don't want to go there now. And after all of that, S rank. Whatever, man. Oh man, the credits. I guess I should have wrote that down somewhere. I guess we'll add it here. Let's see. Credits. And the credits are not just credits, they're spoilers, man. If you actually bother to read the credits, they will spoil you who's gonna show up in the mission. You prefer Peace Walker, you call it Peace Walking, but whatever, over MGS3. That is taste. It's unusual. I'm of that opinion too, but MGS3 is far from perfect for many reasons that I will not cover today. But it's rare to find someone who prefers MGS3. Sorry, that's not riddle. So it's rare to find someone who prefers Peace Walker over anything. But yeah, my top 3 are 2-1 and Peace Walker. So there's that. Tropic, think of the 67s. Modem with the 87 tier 2. I'm afraid there are 87 Franken guns. I think there's more than that, man. But thank you so much. I'm getting a little tired, to be honest. So in this cutscene, man, it's a little tricky jumping between, gameplay nonsense and story nonsense, because you have to adjust your level of nitpickiness with things. But I mean, here in this cutscene, I'm not even gonna play it, but it feels so forced to me that Kaz, before he starts his speech, why we're still here, blah blah blah, he says Snake, and then changes his tone. Why I was still here. So, and it happens a couple of times throughout the game that those lines that they were specifically using in the trailers, that were specifically made to sound cool in the trailers, have a very, very distinct tone to them. They obviously did a lot more takes and put a lot more thought and tone into those lines. But to me, it would have been more natural if he just started saying that out of the blue instead of like looking in the distance, like, why are we still here? Instead of saying, Snake, listen to this cool thing I'm about to say that was in the trailers. Hey, player, listen. It's I don't know, man. But while that might be subjective, the one thing that is observable is that the trailer lines are obviously made to a different standard to sound cool in the trailers. But whatever, I don't want to play that now, fuck it. And then of course the other thing, this big medic fucking staring at him and saying, tell me like you used to. Whatever. Let's see, so the thing to write down about this cutscene is let's call it trailer tone. And this will go back to connect why many scenes are made the way that they're made, just to look cool in the trailers. And then you play the actual game and it's fucking massive disappointment of what's really behind it. That's a more advanced thing that we won't cover today. But yeah, we have trailer tone, and Mute, Ether, Big Medic, whatever. But also, like you used to. Well, those things will be addressed in the grand context of the story and characters, which you can't really start dipping into right now. I am spent. I know what I want to say about the next thing, which is a mother-based tutorial, but holy shit, man. Man, I wish I was one of those people who just couldn't play 5 at all. So I wouldn't have to suffer. I wouldn't have to know all these things. Imagine if I just picked up the game and I said, fuck this, after the first mission. Which is pretty much, by the way, after the mother-based tutorial, I guess. These are all filler missions here. Here, Awakening, Rescue Miller, Mother Base, and then filler missions, filler missions, filler missions, filler missions. That, after this jump from here to here, that's when the game goes to complete shit. Because all you do is fucking filler missions. At least up until here, you do things that are relevant, like Awakening, Rescue Miller, and get to Mother Base. If I was gonna say fuck it anywhere in this game, it's here. After you play the Diamond Dogs tutorial, flashback, whatever, you go back to the ACC and the cycle begins of being on the ACC, going off to do fucking irrelevant missions, and then coming back to listen to Miller talk in your ear. That goes in one ear and out the other. That has nothing to do with fucking anything that's going on. But okay. But yeah, this is gonna be an ongoing thing. It's a good thing that we got to, I guess, the end. There's probably more that we haven't seen. We have found a grand total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 new things. I set out to just list the things that I already knew about, but holy fuck, we found more. So that's insane. And if you're wondering, the new things that we found out about are Ocelot time traveling yet again, a 4th time. There's not 3 but 4 time traveling Ocelots in this game. Where he's standing right next to you, talks about the Raven on the radio. Okay. Miller apparently likes to time travel as well, because if you leave the mission area of the mission where you rescue Miller, you have Miller complain to you on the radio. Okay. And then we found out that the Chaff, the entirety of the Chaff functionality in this game is fucked. It's not that Chaff prevents enemy conversations on the radio from happening. The Chaff accelerates the conversations, in which they take out the radio, they look at it, presumably it doesn't work, but they put it away, and whatever they were going to say on the radio takes effect. So it speeds up their conversations. Yep. You just don't get to see it. It's not that it cancels what they were going to say. No, they put the radio away, and it instantly leads into whatever they were going to do and say. So the Chaff is actually counterproductive. If you alert a guy and he radios in to say send reinforcements, without the Chaff, he would have to take that time to say send reinforcements. There's longer calls than that, like blah 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 CP, I just heard a noise, I'm going to investigate. The time that it takes them to say that with the Chaff gets cancelled out, and the guy still goes to investigate, and they still send reinforcements. So the Chaff is counterproductive. That's kind of one of the biggest gameplay finds, because I haven't used the Chaff at all in this game, but that's what it does after observing that. With the C4, we found out that if you're too far from the C4, even though there's a bunch of them together, if you're too far and you detonate a C4, only one of them goes off. Because presumably it only renders that one that you're calling for that specific moment, I guess. So that's the new thing about the C4. Meanwhile, if you're in front of it, if you're nearby, all of them go off once the first one goes off, but whatever. But yeah, so we got the Raven Ocelot time travel. We got Magic Miller time travel. We got the Chaff complete nonsense. We got the C4 complete nonsense. Damn. Those are just the new things that we found. Well, one day there will be clips of all of these things that I wrote down today, but it's a good thing we found out there's even more than I thought. Today, 4 hours, we covered 1 and 2. We still have all of this to go through. Yep. So I don't think this notepad is gonna be enough, actually. I need a bigger, thicker one. But if you haven't seen it before, believe you me, oh shit, even my controllers had enough. I thought I charged it. I guess not. So anyway, believe you me when I say that almost every mission has something fucked in it, whether it's in the continuity, story, gameplay, glitches, whatever. Example, there's a mission where you have to destroy vehicles, and if you bring your own car and destroy it, Miller praises you for destroying the enemy vehicle, because of course it makes no fucking distinction between which vehicles you destroy. So that's a little spoiler, it's a little teaser there. Another one, there's a guy who's supposed to go outside and talk to 3 dudes who are supposed to get there, but if you put those 3 dudes to sleep and they don't show up, guess what the guy does? He goes out to the same spot, doesn't notice that nobody's there, and starts talking to himself. Because of course the game doesn't check whether those guys are actually there, and the guy doesn't care that they're not showing up. So it's these things and many more that we can look forward to. There's a lot more, but yeah, this will be an ongoing thing. Now tomorrow, guys, there's gonna be a marathon. So actually, I should take some. I should rest a little bit. But no, today I just wanted to start this, and we'll be slowly going through this. Once I have my thick book of notes, that will be organized in gameplay, story, glitches, bugs, lack of attention to detail, you know, whether it's animals or weapons or vehicles, or the radio or whatever, man. There's so much going on that needs to be organized. And then in the future we will make video clips, not only of the game itself, but clips comparing the bullshit that happens in this game and the similar features that were in the previous games and how they were done better. So we'll instantly jump from, example, the guards not reacting when you hold them up with an empty gun and go click. In this game, you know, the video will instantly jump to MGSV with you hold up a gun with a guy with an empty gun and go click, and they instantly kick your ass. It's things like this. And then another portion of the video will be some matter of looking at the trailers and all the trailer lies, because the trailers in this game are full of lies of features, other visual effects, or gameplay features that are not there. And I'm not even going to talk about the cutscenes that are deceiving, because Kojima always does that. That cutscenes are deceiving in the trailers is a given. I'm not even going to talk about those being lies. But the lies, the problem begins when the lies are gameplay features that they show you or they tell you about that you'll be able to do. And then the game comes out and it's simply not there. So, that's kind of a problem. And the overall deceitful nature of the trailers, again, for gameplay, because for cutscenes that's a given, for Kojima that's normal, but for gameplay they really play dirty for certain things. So there will be some comparing trailers and what they literally fucking Sean Iceland says in the trailers compared to the actual game, and how it just doesn't work and it's not there. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. This has been, it's important that when you want to do something, anything, especially if it's a long-term thing or something that you find exhausting in general or annoying to do, the most important thing is to get out there and start doing it. Don't think about the long-term consequences of it, but start doing it. That's how you do anything. If you have a huge pile of dishes to do or something, start doing it. And so it has been a great thing to get this started somehow, because honestly, before figuring out myself today, I have no fucking idea, and still I don't to some degree. I just have notes of how I'm gonna put everything in different categories and catalog and organize all of this shit, and then eventually put it out as a video, as a huge thing. So it's been great that we at least kind of like established a method to do it, and now we have the rest of the game to go through, man. But yeah, it will be an ongoing thing, not every day, not all the time. Tomorrow we have a marathon. It's going to be Metal Gear 1, Metal Gear 2, MGS1, MGS2, MGS3, MGS4. It's going to take 3 days non-stop, so hope to see you guys there for some actually good Metal Gear games. And maybe as I go through there, we'll try a couple things that I wrote down that we gotta try to compare. But I'm pretty sure like it will be better, like everything else. Like disarming people, trying to chaff, their holdups, reactions, man. So I talked a lot and I played very little, but we covered a lot of shit. Still. So thanks if you've been here this whole time, or thanks for bearing with me, I guess. It's mostly I want a record of this, and I want to organize my own thoughts and things that I do know about this game and write it down as I go. I'm actually surprised we got so many people in here just to listen to me talk and ramble about this game. But hopefully we'll get a good finished product out one day. So thank you guys. Hope to see you around for the marathon. Hope to see you around for the next sessions of the MGS5 nonsense project. Cheers. See ya tomorrow.